Cybersect, hi, welcome in. You are first. Again. Welcome back. How's your day going? How was your Tuesday? How's everything? The usual questions. That's a new emote. That is new. That is news to me. Hmm. We have some half news and some stories today. Yeah, not much, but some things. Some things exist. Ah, we'll see. We'll see if that happens. I'm gonna see if I can um get that to run. Wow. I see. That's good. I'm still waiting for myself um to get like the billing issue on the 19th to see what happens. Because if what happens, have a good luck, then Phil's welcome on in. If the billing thing happens, then I'm not gonna be able to do anything. But if it doesn't, in like 2 weeks, then not even next week, then I can work with Cursor again. But if that's not the case, that's gonna be bad. That is going to be bad. Anyways, what are you building with Cursor at that instant? We have things for um, Grizz, Dabshi, AI being good, which I know is crazy, and yeah, overall, Grizz, welcome on in. Things for you right there. That's a bear. Avatar retouch web app. That is interesting. That is interesting. Um, yeah, I saw that earlier, and I was like, yeah, that could be an ID for Grizz. You know, just get the tool, put the bear everywhere, and for some reason, somehow, animate it. I don't think it's good, but you know, it's a bit. I don't really know exactly if this is like a good product, not a good product, if it's like free, not free, and so on. All I know is this looks like it's CapCut environment, and you know, it's probably not going to be free. Nonetheless, this was the thing that I saw for you specifically. Um, we have a lot of things from Japanese people, including this one, which is an amazing thing that most people uh, would never have if you didn't have the new Autotune Slate thing. And yeah, this is this is Japan. This is Japan. uh, you're not supposed to see this. You're not supposed to see these things. But we have like a lot of things. I know that some of you, specifically the people that are creating their portfolios right now, so Grizz, Denny, other people as well have the same thing, where you have or when you have some sort of a small data, a small element on your website that you want to showcase, like a counter or a growth period or something. These are great for that specific use case. And so Yuhang, which we talked about all the time, and we have showcased most of their creations in the past. I'm gonna just paste that here because it's good. Um, you will have like so much content in there that is related to what they have kind of worked on, and mostly what they have worked on for the teeny tiny elements that are within the OS. And so all of these widgets, all of these things that are like inspired and all similar to these things are extremely useful if you wanted to create something like I did for Fields, for example. For the color picker is kind of inspired by this thing right here. Instead of having like the text at the bottom, I decided to do like a full wheel. But if I didn't, that would be the output that I would have had created, I guess. And if you have like visitors per days or something else, like this is something that you can reuse as a base. So these are pretty cool. We do like them a lot, and we took like most of the inspiration, like these ones have been made by that person, inspired by these ones and this one. But yeah, um, I know, I know. Hi, Stony, we're going. Um, well, it's kind of the case already. Cybersact. Um, like, if I'm not mistaken, the air quality index is right there with that exact transition. It's still as blue, not as green, but it's the same thing. So, you know, it's uh it's a similar system. Also, look at that. Look at that shit. Isn't that isn't that Apple talking about concentricity and having concentric corner radius on everything that they have built in iOS 26? God damn. That pisses me off so much. Look at it. The UV index is also an RGB type of thing. But yeah, no, it's very similar. So, you know, it's a nice thing. It's a great resource. It's a great base to start from. I wish Dapshi was here for this one. I'm gonna wait a bit. But yeah, that's the thing. This is something that I've been preaching for the past 8 years. And it's basically like just big fonts, big outputs, big presentation, and I feel like this is pretty good. The save in the background is just a texture now. I would have placed it differently, but the font is good. It works. The entirety of the cards makes sense. The illustration is the only thing that I'm not really a big fan of. I feel like solid illustration, solid icons would have been a lot better right here, but finding solid enough icons for this element is going to be very complicated. So that is the situation and the problem that we might have in Gander. But it also puts the issue with that D string being in two lines instead of just one. I feel like the world show would have been okay here, but apparently that is not the case. So there's small details, but it is fine. It is fine. It is looking pretty good. It is looking pretty good. And Grizz, you are saying that you are finally done with the site design. Congrats. And you have dark mode now. Congrats. And now you need to do the copy, and the copy is gonna be the most complicated things. For sure. For sure. Why did you remove the physics? Oh no, you removed the physics. I'm so sad. I'm pissed now. You have the physics here, but you removed the physics there. Ah, so bad. So bad. This is working. This is working. I didn't see that detail last time. Was it already there? The fact that this was a squiggle? I have a feeling that it wasn't a squiggle before. Maybe I just didn't pay attention, which is a high probability. Congrats on believing that the AI is good enough to do the job. That's good. That's working. I still really like this transition, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, this is really cool. It works. It works. Yeah, and welcome on in. How are you? How's the Wednesday going? How was your Tuesdays as well? How's everything? Yeah, no, this is great. This is great. No complaints there. No, you did good. You did good. Yet there is no more physics on these two. That's so sad. So sad. So sad. It is great. It is great. The details are good. The transition in between like book A that is currently visible and book B is such a nice thing. A lot of the AI things would probably just instant flip, like the first book. Like this one would go into the heel of the book. I think that's the word in English. And then you have the transition of rotating. So that's a great job on making sure that it doesn't do that. Doesn't do instant for one and not the other. If I try to open a book mid animation, I don't think I can do that. Simply because of the transition part. Like it's yeah. I don't think I can do that. But it's interesting. It's interesting nonetheless to have like the fact that this thing is not as black as I thought it was. Like it is redder than I was looking at when we were in light mode. So that's an interesting details. Not that it matters, but it's interesting nonetheless. Good job on the dark mode. That makes sense. It's working. Instantly switch if the user is in light mode or dark mode and switching between the two. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, you just lost the physics, and that's about it. So yeah, congrats. You can't see this. You're not aware of these. You're not aware of these. But yeah, that's good. That's good work. Good work so far. We have a bit of a thing. I forgot if it's this one or if it was something else. I don't think it's this one, but this has been popping off as a theme similar to the one that I've made for the jet fuel usage by billionaires and so on. The thing that Denny was asking for last time, it has like a lot more physics and animation triggers and so on that can be used. Well, you know, um, it's interesting, but there is someone I don't remember if I saved the thing or if I just didn't, which is probably the case. And yeah, I didn't save it. Um, and there was a person on my feed that just said uh, basically something along the line of stand out as a designer, and like basically posted their portfolio that is almost 100% the exact same thing as the newest portfolios of all designers right now, meaning that they are either an infinite Canva or they are some sort of a OS based website. So you end up with something like Hog, I think. That's the. Yeah. You basically end up with something like this, but they have like a dock on top of it. And I I mean, I'm not against it, but it's just like you don't stand out if you have something like this anymore. It's just you look like everyone else, and you don't realize that you look like everyone else, and that's really funny to me. But it's good. It's just like not standing out anymore. Ah, um, yeah, the very dark for OLED is a good idea, and it makes everything much better. But I understand. I understand. That is a pretty impressive thing. So we had that, which was no, not that. We had that, which was pretty good. We also have. I'm kind of sad that I stopped at 419 instead of um 420, but I don't have another one, so that's gonna be for later. Um, this is a bit of a pattern, which is combining everything from the past few years and the past few months with bright colors and pastel colors together, multiple types of fonts in um I will take a look at that, thank you. uh Multiple types of fonts and typeface for the branding of said project, and then combining the new style of pixelated things plus ASCII elements in the background, even though very, very hidden, is kind of showing up. That this is not the first one that I'm seeing something similar to this. I've seen others before that had like not necessarily the same typefaces, but this is interesting, and it combines the pastels and the vibrancy of colors, and I think this could be good. This could become something good. Um, but you know, debatable. We'll see. We will see. Goddamn. I'm gonna bitch about corner radius. I mean, you know that, right? Like, goddamn. How can you do this to me? Oh my god. Look at it. Look at it. Look look at it here. And then look at that. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Are they not? They're not aligned. I mean, you can't see that because I'm using the side of my screen as a guide. But this one is more inset than this one. Mm, nonetheless. Um, The thing that I would highly recommend you to not do, other than the fucking code radius, is carding everything. Like you have some elements that can get a cards, but a lot of them don't need a card necessarily. So that these sections on the side, I would not have a border around them. I would just have them like kind of wider overall. And then for the content that is around here, the only thing that would need a card is that central piece. The entirety of the rest is not necessarily in need of a card. So that doesn't need. This thing is a drop down button slash things. So uh yeah. Denny, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? Um yeah, that's probably the case. That is probably the case. And I can I can see the reasons. A lot of people are using cards. Therefore you've been the training data. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, nonetheless, I would highly recommend you to just like not do that. Mainly because I feel like if you have um this the margin padding that you have within these cards that is removed, that features word would probably fit right there. And you would not have like that beta features being such a massive elements compared to the rest. So that's you know, that's the thing. But the rest is fine. And for the left sidebar thing, I think it's okay. I don't I don't mind it. I might say potentially getting some sort of a different color of background could be a good idea. Um, like, oh my God. Like that is a simple split. And so you just have quick access to data that you need to have access to. Um, like, for example, this thing doesn't need a card. Like, this is something that I can potentially fix. Same here, for example, you have cards for the invites that would pop in, but like because that is needed, the logs doesn't need it, but it's easier to read if you have like cards. Goddamn. We are starting the buffering very early. Don't traveler, welcome on in. Um, so yeah, basically, uh, having cards for natural elements makes sense, and you can have things that are just like carded when they are necessary, but like most of them don't. This section for the settings of the channels on Yoka are really not that good compared to these ones. I spent a lot more time on these, so obviously, like I think I spent a full day in making sure that the entirety of all the pages made sense, whereas these I touched for like about 30 seconds and I said, oh yeah, we need an overview and we need the permission, and that's about it. Yep. So, very, very simple. But yeah, having settings with card for the thing that makes sense is the easiest thing that you can do, and you end up with something that is more clear and clean for most people. So that's the idea. Other than that, um, it's good. Layout is making a lot of sense. The things at the top with the create local heap and pull heap from server is potentially confusing if you don't know what these things are. Like if you are brand new and it's just you open the settings for the first time and there is no real explanation of what things are. So might be something that is just fixable in a way. Other than that, um, this is fine. This should be a card probably, and then everything else underneath can be just full width, more contents, less cards, less bloating on the entire thing, but it works. Yeah. You could have um, you could have an explainer the same way that we have empty states. So yes, empty state is going to be good. I don't know exactly if we have like some bigger ones, but things like this could be something that you do. I'm not saying that the animation is the thing that you need to have, but at least having an image on top that explains the thing a bit better than nothing and just text could help you and the users in understanding. So, shit like this. But for the concept that a heap is something on your end, it's a bit more complex. So I have a feeling that you could get something along the line of local versus server as an illustration with like a tower PC and a cloud server disk somewhere, and then you select which one you want to go to. But that's like going into illustrative UI, which is it's good, but it takes a lot of time and you need the skills to do so. So I get it. But going back to get illustrations, because you make more screenshots. This, if we go into the illustration packs, and let's say I'm gonna use these ones because they are animated. If you just add shit like this, like selecting between two options, I guess this one is interesting because of the Wi-Fi. Could be something that is interesting and that you could have and add into the system in a way that is just like, I want this thing to be local, I want this thing to be from the cloud. Pick one. It doesn't really matter. It might just help to have like a bit of an illustration here and there to just make things cleaner. So, we like it. Nonetheless, this is pretty good. It's just a corner radius mess. And if you remove the cards, you don't have the corner radius mess. That's something to be aware of. Also, Danny, congrats on figuring it out that I was right. No. On basically moving on to something that is like not time consuming or as much time consuming as you were on right there, because yeah, good. Yeah, this is good. This is much better. This is a bit more complex, but this makes sense. Yes. So you could do something like this, in terms of cloud of self-hosted. I guess the try locally is something that you don't necessarily need, but as a starting point, the icons that are currently in these previews and screenshots that you have just shared brain are better. So yeah, you have a theory about not having research in your case study. They do, but not in the same way. So, um, you're right. uh, we studied that and we made that call instead. This is gonna sound different than my usual tone on research and explanation. You still need it, and what I fear for most people and most designers that are not necessarily at that same level is that you see that these big boys designer are not showcasing the research and over explaining everything, and therefore you kind of minimize the research and the decision making in your own like explanation, which in terms would basically not let you explain the research and decision making. So you still need to do a ton of research and a ton of decision making and a ton of very purposeful decisions that you are taking for said clients and projects and whatever, in order for you to then be able to explain yourself during a meeting or an interview or something. And so that's why I'm saying you still need the research, but it might not need to be the first thing that people see within the page. You might need to have your research section be at a sub level on the sub link, something that people will not necessarily click on, but that you can still access if necessary, if you are in a meeting, in a hiring call or something. But yeah. But nonetheless, you're right in the sense that if we go on to Rono's site and everything else is going to be the same thing, but we don't have like a lot more of explanation. We have like presentation and understanding, but not explanation of what did I do, why did I do that, what was the reason. Like it's mostly just, oh yeah, I did this, that's it. So sometimes it's easier. I don't think we have anything regarding to their work like case studies type of thing in here. Most of the content is going to be not what I'm looking for. Yeah. Dang. Sorry, I saw that logo and I'm working on something very similar, so that's interesting. Interesting glitch right there. Yeah, nothing in there. So you yes and no. It's more like let me reopen that file because I think for me it's the easiest place where I can give it or give you the answer and the presentation and the things. There has been in that file specifically months of research and figuring out what was the right decision, why did we use this card style, what did we change, this thing. This is probably going to break the stream again because of how complex this fucking thing is. But this page, even though it looks chaotic to someone that is not a designer, is extremely organized in a way that it's just like making sense for the people that are visualizing this entire thing. And so when I'm talking about like research and making the research into the paragraph of the explanation, it's mostly going to be along the line of we took a look at everything that was existing on the web right now for profile pictures and profile definitions. And this is what we came up with based on that research. And the research can be like a presentation of 3 screenshots from the competitors that have like their personal information things. Techie, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? So that's a thing. And when you go into things that are a bit more details or a bit more complex like these, then you have to explain more on how things are going. You know? Yes, I want to see that. For sure. So, like right here, explaining the reasoning behind this is how it looks. And then we decided to go with this because the target demographic that we have was used to, not really, but kind of used to Notion and Notion blocks, and therefore having the plus and the drag and drop slash actions on the side is the most Notion-y thing that we could go with. If I explain that on the case studies, it's a waste of time. But if I'm explaining that live when I'm presenting the project itself, then it makes sense. So that's what I'm saying by not necessarily having the research and the explanation and the decision making within the case study. It could be a separate page if you still want it to be like on the web somewhere, but it still needs to be on your in your head when you're building things and presenting things, because it's just like that is the reason, that's the reasoning that we had around this, and this is how we decided to go with this entire thing for that specific reason. So all of that, like making sure that we have an editable image, for example, is something that was around here, where it's just like, cool, we decided to go with a handle, we decided to go with the controls on top of the content instead of having them somewhere else just because it made more sense. But, you know, like that's the type of thing. I don't understand how the whole thing just look like it doesn't just look like it has different corner radius. That makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Whatsoever. It's crazy. I don't know what happened on this thing. But things happened. Oh my god, Figma is lagging. The stream is gonna crash again. So yeah, so all of that is the thing that I'm saying. It's just like you need to have the research, the explanation, the reasoning, the decision making uh, in your head, done, explainable, and yeah, yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying, Danny. So you are on point. Exactly right. You are exactly right. That sounds very like Claude. You're absolutely right. Uh, so that's the thing that I would say is good. That is interesting. That is cute as fuck. That is very nice. I appreciate the link on the creator. That's really cool. Uh, are you planning on keeping only one per categories for the 8 in question? Um, or are you planning on doing all of them? Because I think you should. That's sad. I think you should have all of them for basically having the ability to just say, one day you have no post in this thing, and then it's this one, and then you reload the page and it's this one instead. Like the organic type of thing where the probability of you just reaching the no post is very low. And if you reach a no post one day and it looks like this, and then you scroll to another circle and you end up on this one with no post either because you just created it or something, then it's interesting. It adds a bit of whimsy and oh, which one is gonna be the next time? I don't know. Most people will never connect, like the illustrations all changed and different, so I get it having all the same every time. But yeah, nonetheless, these are really cute. I like them a lot. I like them a lot. I think I liked your existing do we have it here? I think we do. I think we do. Your existing delete account things, which I think is the settings. Yeah, I like that a lot. I think this is cute. I think this works. Even though it's not the same illustration types and so on. But, I like that one a lot. It's fun. It makes sense. It works. These are lazy, but they work as well. So, that's fun. That makes sense. Anyways. Denny, this is the interfaces by Rono, which is a thing related to UI and so on. So if you're looking for that, maybe take a look. Maybe take a look. So let me go on to VGen because they are good. VGen. I see. I see. They have a very distinct style that that kind of match with the vibe that you have. I'm gonna be honest with everyone. Again, as always, I'm always honest. VGen is a platform that is basically unknown by 90% of the population that needs like other things. A lot of people are still relying on Etsy and other platforms for creatives. And VGen is basically where you have the underrated artists and creators that people don't know about. And I would love for that to remain the case. Please don't share this platform around. Leave it. Let me have it. Let me have the entire thing. Please stop. But if you're looking for illustrators, creators, and so on, they are probably going to be somewhere around here, and they are really good. Yeah, I mean there has been, but yeah, I shouldn't have clicked on that. We are going to be in the TD lands if I don't pay attention to what I'm doing. So, Brian, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It it depends. It depends, but I know. Last time what did I say? TD Land, right there. First thing. Different types of titties, but still. But yeah, no, there is like a ton of artists that are in there that most people don't know about. And they have like distinctive styles that are like not necessarily the thing that you were expecting. And that would allow you to get like a more unique type of thing when it comes to the output. So yeah, we like VJ. We like VJ. So yeah. That sounds like something. Yeah, no, that's the thing that I was about to say. We've seen that before. Um, we talked about it before, and the what's the word for this? The conclusion? Yeah. The conclusion was this makes no sense. This whole website is really cool, but I have no fucking clue what they want to do. Like, first of all, why the fuck do you start with the be hiragana and a kanji slash fruit ninja animation? Cool. Then you arrive on this thing, so you are expecting like a bit of a video game type of situation and so on. And then they have things that just make no fucking sense. Like this whole animation path, even though I'm going very fast, you know, nothing makes any fucking sense. Like even the thing that we were complaining about last time is this thing is an image. When about a second ago, at the top of the website, we had these exact katanas in 3D. Why not just reuse the same fucking thing? I, I, I don't get it. I don't get it. And then the other thing that is kind of pissing me off, but I don't know exactly if you can see that. I think you can. The progress bar at the top is the least informative thing that you have ever seen because it's a progress bar per section. So if I'm here, you can see that that progress bar is going down because I'm going back up. And so I'm expecting to reach the top of the website right about here. No, I'm reaching the top of the section. So if I go back up, you will see that same progress bar comes back up right about here. So from that section, we have a progress bar that comes back here. And then if I look closely at the fact that this thing is curved, it means that the whole website has a secondary corner radius within the what the fuck is this entire thing? So we don't like it. Other than that, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. You know, it's an okay thing. But it has made uh, numbers on Twitter when it came out about, I think 6 months ago ish. Um, so yeah. Anyways, that's the website we were on earlier. Yeah, if you're still looking with the screenshots, I think these are fun as icons, but still for the same reason, I feel like the icons themselves also have a bit of a lack of information. Um, but but the I have my own server and hosted by Heaper is a great thing. The only thing that I feel like is probably going to be the decisive part, from what I understand, and tell me if I'm wrong. I am probably. Um, I can have my own Heaper server running on my own hardware that is not the current machine, right? So that means that I could pull from server that is my own server or hyper.de server. So that's the thing that I don't know. I don't know exactly how you can convey this as a if it's running on my own hardware PC number 3, for example, is just running Hyper in the background for me to just access from everywhere. Then it is local, but it's yeah, it yeah. I would say self-hosted in my head was the local heap, in which case it is the case, but it's also like local slash self-hosted heap, and then server is self-hosted, not this machine or Hyper servers direct. So I understand the confusion in my head, and therefore, that's not good. That is not as good. Nonetheless, um, yeah, yeah, that makes sense. The thing that I said to Stony um, last time on Monday, and I said it would be nice if we had that here. So in the storage, I think, I mean it's kind of the same thing, but in the libraries new folder, what I said was if I add a new folder, you just send me to the new folder section, and then in that drop down right there, you have the ability to get like local files, which is like what I have on my machine, host machine current. Then I have the ability to just create like a new storage location that is from somewhere else, and that might be something that is from like an external server, like my self-hosted system, or something that is local to my current system, and therefore that makes a lot of sense. So for you, if you had something that was similar, it would simply mean you can create a heap or add a new heap to your environment thing. You click on that, and then it's gonna default to the last one that you selected or default to the local. But in that drop down at the top, like location source, for example, you can have local, and therefore you have the name, the directory exploration thing. What is the name? I think it's called Finder in Mac OS. A file explorer. That's the fucking thing. You have the file explorer underneath, and if you select like web based, then from there you have access to the servers that are linked to you because it's your account, so self-hosted accounts from far away. Or if you have the self, not self-hosted, but like hyper hosted things, it is on that list. So I would have like from right there local files because that makes sense. So I'm selecting the files that are on my device. And then here you would have my self-hosted things because it is what I have put in place and it's linked to my account, or my hyper.de hosted version, and I can click on that, and then I have access to the other things. I don't know what else you will have, you know, in there, but yeah. No, you used it as a good example right there. So congrats on that. You used it as a good example. So that feels like a better way because it removes that options. Um, Bad options. Brain. The confusion. God damn, I am tired already. But yeah, so that's what I would say. Um, it's probably also something that I would reorganize. And then my brain is asking questions, so I'm gonna ask you the question because that's gonna be easier. You're gonna have the answers. My brain doesn't have the answers. Um, how many heaps can a user have? I'm guessing infinity, but on have average rough things, uh, how many? I'm guessing two, like self-hosted, the heaper hosted. Um, yeah. So this whole section could be like highly simplified in a way that you have. That's gonna be bad. In a way that you have. Um, that is so bad. Where you at? Where? You know what? I see. It's not there. 1 second. The file is gonna take an hour to reload, as always. I feel like yeah, I just added you. You have your heap thing right about here, and I would obviously, because it's me, I would have that in a pill shape. Um, and then, and then, Just Crash, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I would have that, and then that. You know, it's just like the easiest thing. So if you have like basically as tabs, you just simplify this entire section of create local pull from everything and then your WOM thing. So you have your current heap that is currently selected, and then the ability to create a new one from there. So you click the button, you get the whole flow that we just talked about. But if you have multiple, like let's say a user has two, wow, a lot, then they can switch tab and then have the information related to that second tab, which would simplify the selector, first of all, remove that thing by making it at the end of that row, and drop everything up by about 80 pixels, 120 pixels ish. Um, and yeah, I feel like that's a thing. I'm not gonna, take that as an example because I don't know who made this, but that system is is an option. You can have your servers, your heaps, your stuff right there, and just navigate between the two. Like you can add a new one from joining a server, creating a server, which is basically your joining a self-hosted thing or hosted thing, and creating a server, which is to you is going to be something that is local, and just navigate between servers. I don't know exactly why it's focusing me on this every time, but it is focusing me on this every time. So, you know, it could be done. It could be done. It could be done. So JustCraft, we are designing things around here. We do some reviews of dev projects that are really not designed. So if you want me to take a look at some of your project and things, feel free to do so. Um, but most of the time we just chat about design in general and help others to work on it. Um, and Stoney, you said something earlier that it doesn't. That's the thing. While it's on stream, it's free. Ah, I know, I know. It's crazy. I shouldn't. Um, and yeah, no, you said, Stoney, you said that it's like making things easier for the average person is what my job is. Basically, it's just how can a dumbass can figure it out, and how can me that doesn't know anything about the project can figure it out, and if I don't, or if I do, then it's positive or negative. Um, so yeah, I don't review code.
JustCraft_Twitchy is now following.
I don't review code because I can't read the code. I can review the output and the visual of the output. I am just a designer. I've just been a designer, but also thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Let's see. Something that the user just needs to do the HTTP stuff themselves, but Tailscales made this very easy, so you don't care. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Welcome back, Phil. We were talking about you a second ago. Designing costs something, yes. Doing the work, yes. If you just want me to take a look at what you have created, like right here, for example, Yan, that is in chat above you, has been working on the settings section of the app, and they wanted something to just figure out if that is good. But there are some things to change. If you want to know how things are going to cost, if you are interested in buying some design stuff, let me give you a bit of an idea with this website, which is not necessarily the best option, but simple website. Let's say you are building something that is a web-based design, and it's for a private client, someone that doesn't necessarily, have everything. You have your rate depending on who you are, what you do, and so on. You will have like your hourly in there depending on the work in question. So let's say I'm going to work for, I don't know, 40 hours, 80 hours on this thing, just because, average, whatever. Let's say it's going to be a 2-week project, so 80 hours. That's going to be the thing. If the project is in the middle, let's say it's a not so good project, but whatever. And then if nothing will change in my life after that, that's going to be 28K. And that includes like an entirety of a web app with the design, the content, the understanding, and so on. That's an option. That's an idea. It depends on you. It depends on so many things. It depends on so many things. You want me to? That's not the right link. That is not gonna, give you the right thing. If with the Yoker, which is basically a web design / app design, I guess it's a web app design, so it's kind of the same thing. It's based on the size of the thing. It's a private client, but it's also like a small to medium business. Hourly rates doesn't change much, but so far I may have spent 10-15 hours in there, so not much. I feel like a long-term overall thing would be somewhere along the line of the 100 hours to 80 hours as well, like long terms. So I'm gonna stay at 80. and then the product is pretty good, and it would look good on my portfolio. You know, it's a nice overall thing. So similar idea. The thing that is going to impact the price much is this. The better it is for me as a creative and a designer and so on, the less money I can take home, mainly because it has a better impact on myself at the end of the day. So if I change my hourly to something like more regular, that people are going like 80, and let's say we have something like 120 hours that we are building this thing, or technically it should be 160 for like a four weeks ish type of situation, that is crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't know why that happens, but my PC just said, fuck you, apparently. This is so bad. This is so bad. I didn't stall. I didn't stall. So that's the thing. Nonetheless, it's kind of the same idea. That website is not me, JustCraft. Like that's just a calculator from New School. It's not a me thing. It's just like an idea and a helper for a lot of designers and other people to be able to get that. It really depends. It also absolutely depends on the project that you have in mind and if I'm interested or not. Like the amount of time that I have had people come to me for project and I'm like, yeah, no, it's not for me. Yeah, why is this? The entirety of Arc on the PC is absolutely broken. I don't know what happened. Something happened. Impressive. Impressive. How much is it for app design? I don't know. Depends on the app. If it's an app design and let's say it's gonna be, you want things like this, as in 3 screens and then you're done, that's gonna be kind of cheap. If you want the full app design with the entirety of everything that is related to said thing, aka understanding, I'm gonna use Kyoto as an example, techie, don't mind me. If you want like the entirety of the things with all of the screens, all of the flows, all of the explanations of what is used and when and so on, this is going to take a lot more time and it's going to be a lot more expensive than 3 screens. So it really depends. As I always say, it goes from 0, if it's like feasible on stream, to my biggest client so far was 120K. So it depends. It depends. Anyways. James is joining Lovable. Is he joining Lovable or is he just contracted by Lovable to do something? Denny, is that the main difference? Because he does contracting. He was working at Restream or for Restreams about, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. Yeah, I guess. Also, yes. It would be more expensive if it was for Windows than if it's a Mac app, for sure. For sure. But yeah, he's been working on other things like Shopify, I think, and Restream for the past few months. So that's interesting. I don't know. I'm gonna say that again because it's something that is very, very interesting. Most companies right now, specifically the AI companies, are doing their best to make everyone um, think that designers are not needed anymore, and then they quietly hire all of the designers that are good. So it's yeah. I mean, yeah, you can. These shiny things? What shiny things? What are you talking about, shiny things? What shiny things do you talk about? Um, yeah. I mean, it is performative design, so it looks good. It's not practical, but yeah, no, we agree. We agree. But yeah, nonetheless, most of the AI companies are just Claude.design slash AI slash no Claude.ai slash design. As in, you don't need a designer anymore. Lovable, you don't need a designer anymore. Bolt, you don't need a designer anymore. Viant, you don't need a designer anymore. And then all of these companies are just hiring designers. uh, and yeah. It's very impressive to see like everything that they have been saying, and everyone is saying like, yeah, 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 designers are dead. So yeah, um, yeah, that is okay. Make something that is good enough to present the idea, the concept, the thing, and then I can give you some guidance on where to take it. Uh, if you just have the idea already, give me the idea right now before you do anything, because there is not an impossibility that it already exists, or that we have something that we know that you can take as a reference for basically going faster. But yeah, if you have a project in mind, like, we can take a look at that. That is for sure. That is always for sure. Um, sorry, I'm seeing things now. Um, I mean, that's the that's the thing for which I will not trust you, because I have heard so many people say, trust me, it's just like 3 screens. And it turns out that they only thought about three screens. But then when you look at it in terms of, let's figure out what is needed, you end up with the necessity of just saying, oh yeah, I absolutely need somewhere along the line of uh 16, just because we didn't think of that, or we didn't think of this, or this is like a variation of said thing, and therefore, it grows. Like, these are two different screens, even though they are the same screen. Like, visually speaking, they look the same, but they are not the same thing. So, 2 screens. You know, it's never gonna be 2 or 3. It is never gonna be 2 or 3. What's this one? Isn't that the game from last time? Um, It looks like the yeah, it is. It is the game. Or maybe it's the same person. No, let me check the person. I feel like I've seen that. And I'm not talking about Balatro. I'm talking about that illustration. Yeah, it is. It is this thing. It's the same guy at least. So, yeah. No, we agree with that. We have reviewed some of these things, mainly the illustration, the way that they have created like these shapes and so on. So, it's it's nice. Take a look. I mean, if you are interested in that, then you take a look at the entirety of their profile and all of the images that they have for presenting like the work. Uh, it's really good. I don't think this is any Figma template. I think it's just like work. They just work. Do you know what a pub quiz is? And you're Dutch. I see. One more Dutch in the chat. God damn it. Is it like a trivia night at the pub? Usual thing? I guess it is. I guess it is. Based on the name. Yeah, we have less Italian in the chat right now than than Dutch. God damn it. We need Cat to come back. We need Cat to come back. We need more Italians. Um, I'm not Dutch. All other people are Dutch, yes. Goddamn. But yeah, no, I was right. I was right. This is pretty cool. And I do agree that that work right there is very, very nice. I don't really know if this is something that is practical enough in a way that it is scalable in the long run, but it's very cool. I feel like this is the type of things that will stand out as a portfolio piece. There are some things in that very screen that I'm like, "Huh, I don't like it," but um, it's okay. Like this thing, for example, when you have the metal on the edge of the wood, the light is going sideways like this, which is good. But then you go here, and one of them is going in one direction, the other is going in the other direction. This is pissing me off because it's not supposed to happen. In real life, like everything is supposed to be in the same direction, same highlights, and so on. But then when you look at these, everything in there is going to be from top right to bottom left, right? That's the direction they have here. And then on this one, everything is the other way around, except the progress bars and so on. So I'm just like inconsistencies across the entire thing. But it's just me being me and nitpicking things. Um, but yeah, it's fun nonetheless. I do like it. I do like it. But also just graph. Give me more. Give me more information. What's the project about? What's the idea? What's the concept that you have in your head right now? Because as always, there is like probably a thing that you don't know about yet, or you know about, but you have forgotten about, that is similar to the idea that you have. And if it's not something that is directly linked to the pop quiz, like the pub quiz, then there might be some existing sub work that already exists that you can take as a reference. So, it's an easy thing. But I'm guessing based on me saying just it's a pub quiz / trivia night at the pub, if that's a thing, then you need way more than 3 screens. Way more than 3 screens. Like already. God damn. um, if it's just a music player, like control, and the music is coming from, I don't know, Spotify, your PC, something else, then you should just use um, the built-in music player thing, because there's no need for building something specific. If it is something that is different, and I'm guessing potentially the questions, like with the pop quiz things, um, again, you need like so many screens. You should, you should. It's Dutch. It's Dutch made. Not that this is a seal of approval, but yeah. Uh, um, but yeah, like you would have as a trivia night project thing, if that's, I'm gonna simplify it in my head for myself, but also for everyone else. You need the loading screen, current question screen, answer screens, um, players, like player screens or players screens, and then you need a leaderboard slash result screen. That's 6 screens so far, and from there, look, that's the user facing screens. From there, you need the admin sections. So you have um, the login screen for the admins, the question creation for the admins, the which includes the option creations. You have the player management system. So that's like 3 more screens, so we end up at 8. And then you may have to get through something like the history of the session so that you don't overlap questions and so on. If you have like long-standing leaderboards, if it's every Tuesdays at the pub and so on. So that's 5 more screens as well. So you end up with a total right now of 13 screens just for that. And then you have the player screens, which is going to be creating an account or just scanning a QR code to get access to something. So you just have the unique ID so that they can play on their phone or something. If that's a thing, not that it matters. The questions written on their phone, the answers, the leaderboards, and that's about it. So that's like 4 more screens. So in total, you have 17 screens that I can think of off the top of my head for trivia night style activity app. So it's not 3 screens. It is not 3 screens, at least not from my point of view. Um, but uh, even a basic app is usually like a lot more than what people are thinking about. So, you know. Like when you think about the most basic of apps that you have on your phone, let's say I'm gonna use the calculator because that's one of the basic app that we have. Notes is simpler, but still, let's just use the calculator. So calculator has one screen that is here, and then you have sub screens based on scientific calculations, converters, and other things. This is not necessary, I understand. But you have all of that. You have the system of let me just rotate my phone and get the calculator um, in scientific. So that's the second screen that you need. You have the history so that you have like everything that you have had and seen in the past. It's already like a bit more complex than just like three screens. And, you know, all of that is thing that you need to think about from the get-go. Also, Denny, for the same thing as last time, for the fact that things Conrageous were looking really weird. When you look at these buttons, they don't look perfectly circular, mainly because of the liquid glass effect. They are not perfectly circular, but they are perfectly circular. And it's just like from far away, the highlight here and here, and the low light on there, expand it on that diagonal, and contract them on that diagonal. So it's a bit of a weird thing. Um, so yeah, nonetheless, complexity in the apps is usually a lot more. Yeah, you need to do that. You need to do all that. I think the one of the thing that I thought about when I built uh, Ban was kind of the same thing. My initial idea was, oh yeah, this is going to be something that is very simple, and we are not going to need so many screens because it's just um, a user page and a landing page, which if you look at it, it kind of is. It's just like landing page right here, and you have the things, and you're kind of done with it. Um, and the user page with everything in it. But then I had to build the creations for like the themes. I had to build the additional for all of the cards that you needed to have. From each of these cards, they have settings in the background that are like considered as dedicated screens. And all of that is also enclosed in something that needs like settings. So that's, even though it's in the same screen, it is a dedicated screen. You have analytics on your own profile, so you can see like how many people are visiting your page and so on. All of that is like so many variations of the screens that you didn't think about when you said, "Oh yeah, this is a simple implementation thing." It is, but it's also like a lot more, a lot more data than you thought about. So, you know, it's the thing. That's why I'm saying like 2 to 3 screens. I doubt it. I doubt it. Anyways, this one was interesting, Jan, and I feel like it could be interesting to you too. This is a classification system, apparently, for books in a library. Um, and I don't exactly know how they done that. I don't know if they have a GitHub uh, to, talk about it. But as a concept for you specifically, I feel like this is something that you may have, need, want, could see as an additional thing that you implement within Hippo for categorization of the user's content. I mean, again, I do think that someone that has like a big bookshelf and just want to not spend too much time in scanning everything, taking a picture of the entirety of the thing, and then if the AI, LLM, whatever models things runs in the background, understand that things are segmented in books and then recognize said books as thought of something and then do some research and find the content, that could be very interesting. I don't know. It obviously doesn't work for everything. Like you can see right there, right there. These two books don't go through in the beginning. Um, but you know, it's interesting. Um, that's um, that's an interesting thing. Um, yeah. What do you mean? Is it free? What is free? The players from the study are free. Yes. With basic segmentation model, you then click something and it marks that outline. Then you can do the OCR and whatever. Yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, yeah. If you want me to work, yes, you have to pay me for the design pages. Yes. Which is appreciated. But yeah, if you want the things for free, you need to have a prototype or something that I can take a look at, and then I can give you guidance on stream, but not work. So on stream for me, everything that I'm doing here is not work. In my head, it is work, but it's not work. And therefore, you get the output for free. As in, through the stream, you can see things, the direction, the thing that I'm doing, the reason. And then once that's done, you can recreate it on your end, if that makes sense. But yeah. This one was really interesting as well. This is the PepsiCo company that is bringing in a new visual for the Miranda drinks, which I don't know. This is not something that I have ever seen, I think. And they just look amazing. Um, I'm impressed. I like this a lot. I'm obviously very biased because this is like big ass font and bright colors, but the simplicity of the flavors at the top of the cans right here is such a nice detail, and the logo itself is clean as well. We like it. But yeah, like that. Look at that. Look at that. They are like, yeah, Mirinda is I mean, I guess it's basically the Fanta of Pepsi, Fanta being Coca-Cola owned. But yeah, lately my local shop doesn't have um, the zero anymore, and it has the new zero cans, and I'm like, why? Why? Why would you go zero? Like, is it just a stunt on, uh, of something for a a James Bond collab or something? I don't know. Um, it's just weird. It's just weird. Um, yeah, basically you just send the things either on Discord or in the chat if you have a link that's easier. And then we talk about it through here. So you're in chat, I'm here, and we can see things. Yeah, we don't have the 00 in Japan, and we only have these ones here, and I want these because they are so much better. I don't know why this thing is loading the mobile version of the app, though. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Anyways, these are cute. That's all I'm saying. And I want to try the kiwis, I want to try the green apple, and I want to try the lime, just because, I mean, we don't have kiwi stuff. So, yeah. But I mean, it also feels like, based on the color scheme and the things, and the fact that at some point there was like a new James Bond movie linked to Coke that seemed to be like 0000 is a pretty nice marketing stunt that they can have together. Um, but apparently that's not the case. So, you know. Anyways, for anyone that is looking for branding related content, Rebrand is a very interesting account, but also a very interesting website. It is, however, an almost paid platform. It's not necessarily paid, but it's, um, it's kind of paid. Um, and you can have access to a ton of things if you are currently looking at rebranding yourself, experimenting with branding. This is a very good resource. Am I using Zen browser? No, I'm using Arc still. um, I'm still on Arc. I do have Zen right about here, but I haven't opened it once, I think. So yeah, um, it's the other way around, but yes. Zen exists because Arc uh, exist. Basically, Arc came up, and then everyone else is just duplicating what Arc is. So Helium is the same, Zen is the same. The newest version of Google Chrome with the sidebar with the tabs is the same. It's coming from the fact that Arc has been extremely popular on socials, and yeah, um, yeah. I mean, it is. It is. I don't know if I want to go through this entire thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It's very, very goddamn. Goddamn. Oh, what a copy. Oh my God. So this thing specifically is what Arc has made. Um, Arc has created this thing in the beginning of their journey, and they said, you know what would be interesting is have this amount of like customization so that users feel at home and have like an interface that is very much theirs. And so they created this thing, and this is the exact copy of what Arc is, which is wild, wild to me. Um, and the shortcuts are the same. I will take the screenshot or take a look at the screenshot. Oh my God. Oh my God. I know you can't see that, but I'm gonna need to do that because isn't that the exact same icon diagonal presentation. That's crazy. It's not the same icon for the sidebar, but it's almost the same thing. Oh my god. Yeah. Holy shit. That's crazy. So you know. Not the best. Not the best of options. Not the best of options. Interesting ID. Interesting ID. I don't know if I like that. Um, but the separation of color is helping. It's not helping because the background here is the same color. So you end up with something that is like very, very, very similar. So you might want to either have a greater overlay in the background to make the separation a bit more obvious, or do a bit of a blur things. So yeah, unless they use a lib, that is true. That is a fair point. That is a fair point. This is so much better, isn't it? Isn't it so much better? Look at it. Look at how clean that looks. Oh my god. That feels weird, but I get it, and that's fine. That's better. I was about to complain about this right here with the drop down in the buttons not being the same size, but I think you fixed that in the next version, so that is much better. I'm not the biggest fan of the table being insetted, and I think it's because in your initial cards you had like more content, more padding around your table, so it just inserted it here, which is fine. The thing that I'm seeing is that the icon itself looks like it's exactly aligned with the edge, and that might be a bit strange. I would push it in so that it's aligned with this icon right there, just an inset on this. But yeah, other than that, this is clean. It's working. This is fine. I would still expand this central card to be like full width, because why not? And then here, that button makes no sense, visually speaking. So I would have something along the line of more space on the sides and probably squish the entire thing. So, personally speaking, not go there. I would go, that looks so dull compared to what we have right there. That's crazy. Would that make sense? It would make sense. It would make sense. Let me see if that works. Let me see if that works. So I would have a line with these things. Probably 30 points. Interesting. That can't be. I see the sizes and the thing that are here, but like that can't be. Let's do that in white at 1% for the sake of having something, and then I'm just gonna have a stroke on the top and bottom right there. And I guess based on what I want to have here, I want this thing to be somehow 16. I guess 16. Yeah. That's one way to do it. Um, that's crazy. I can't do that. I can't do that. Not this way. So sad. On this to be Slima. Missy, welcome on in. How are you? How's your day going? This is such a bad way of doing it, but it works. So you know. I think you are the first to drop today, so we'll see if this is a positive drop. Positive drop day. Um, yeah, I would make the entire thing a bit slimmer and probably as well like a lot slimmer. I think something like this would be good enough for me. The rest is just like, okay, fine. But yeah, like that's making more sense, that amount. Um, anyways, you landed on the other side, which is not good, but not the goal. I'm probably not gonna drop either. So yeah, making it slimmer makes more sense. And then these icons, to me, it's just it again. It's very much a small thing. But if you just do you take that amount of space that you have in the front, that you just bring it to where it is, just that simple change will give you exactly what you want to have for the alignments. Because right now you have all of your content that is then properly aligned with everything, and the top section is going to be like standing out a bit wider because yeah. Um, just better things. I could have made a copy of the layer and have the button be a mask. Yeah. No, I could have. I could have. Yeah. No, that's right. Again, based on what we said earlier, right? The fact that most users will always have, most likely have one heap, one server, and nothing else means that this behavior with a drop down and a add technically makes no sense. But I'm also guessing that you are not regular user and you probably have like 3 or 5 for testing purposes, like one for each type of services that you support. So that drop down makes sense for you, but it might not make a lot of sense for regular users. The regular user might just have not a drop down because they don't have other options and just the button, in which case, you know, it's like it's not necessary to have like all of that Mrs. Steph. So it's the same thing that we have for Stony, for example, where in goddamn notifications, Stony, that's crazy. That in here, if I click on that, then I have all of the options. Like I have an R2, I have a local, I have a name cheap stuff. There is an NFS storage, and then there is the ability to add something else. Yeah, like that is very much a Stony thing. For most people, there will probably be like a local system, and maybe a server, but the probability of having more than two for this is really low. So that's the thing. The dropdown is almost necessary because you need to have the options. But for you on this end, I feel like it might not be the most necessary thing. And if you just had this, then that might work. I'm understanding. I'm understanding that you want to have like this information, the W data, with the path and the type is useful and necessary for you. So that, it makes sense. I could see something like not that, something like this work. Wrong key. This is not gonna be the easiest thing to do based on these pixels. Based on these pixels. You can make it simpler. You still have like enough width right now to showcase in one line, and therefore you would end up with a small buttons right here, and that would be an option. That would be an option. Again, I do think that the system there. Am I right on this? I'm almost right on this. The 32 is pretty good. The 32 is pretty good. Not gonna lie. Let's use 1 at 1% just for the sake of having that. Add an effect that is going to be a drop shadow. Set drop shadow is going to take the color of the inner, and then we're gonna put it as an inner shadow inside. Oh, it's not. My bad. That's gonna work much better than it's still a bit thick, but it's better. It's cleaner. It is cleaner. Yeah. I can see that. I can see that as a potential things. But yeah. Frank, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? I had to. I had to speak French for 3 hours. I had the HOA meeting in the building, and therefore everyone speaks French. It was crazy. It was crazy. How have you been? How's everything? Good, I guess, morning for you. Yeah. Even though even if you don't do that and you just, put that back in, simply having a -20 +20 is probably going to be enough for me to just be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Look at it. It's already cleaner. Uh, the button text is what also pissed me off. I feel like you should, I mean, simplifying and slimming things down is gonna help, but you need like half more, half of that more in padding on the edges to make it work and be good. It's not much, but it's like it's necessary to just be better than this, goddamn. Anyways, this is pretty good. This is pretty good progress compared to the first one, which is good. And you know, when you look at this, this is clean, it's working, it has all the information that we need to have. But then that section is a bit like more complex and confusing because of the amount of cards. So now you end up with something that looks like this, and therefore it is like a bit better. You made it wider apparently, so that's like debatable, but you made it wider. Yeah. That is the most hacky Figma trick I have seen yet for the shadows to make the thing slimmer. Oh, you haven't seen much. I see. I see. I see. For yeah, but it's good that this one is broken because like that way I know that this thing is not as stable as it was. I thought it was like a stable thing, and potentially it's not. Potentially the reason why it's slimmer, like a tad slimmer than the next section, was because it's just like the responsiveness of the page made it kind of not necessarily, you know, the right size. So the thing that I said earlier is probably wrong based on that. You know, it's good for me. It's good for me to see that. If you want the wildest hack that I have is using additional gradients on top of images to remove elements prior to vectorizing the content, just because it just makes sense. So when we have shit like this, like let's say I have the thing from Dapshi from last week or 2 weeks ago, and I want to remove that thing right here. Like I need this to be out. Jonathan, welcome on in. How are you? Or I need this thing to be out. Like whatever. What I will do is basically take my image that is right here, add a fill on top of it, and make sure that that fill is the same color as the thing that I want to hide. And then from there, create radio gradients in there, and make sure that we have the exact same color on the edge, duplicating it, and making the second one at 0%, and ensuring that these two are like as sharp together as possible. And then just using that to place it like on top of the content that I want to remove, and hope for the best to not cover anything else. And if I do, then I'm just like changing things right there to make sure that it's like exactly what it needs to be. And now you have a proper thing. Huh? And you would never know because you're like, there is no shape, there is nothing. If I move this, it's gonna move with it because it's within the image itself. So you know, yeah, we do a lot of weird things around here when it comes to trying to create shit. The amount of time that I've done this exact trick as well to create like additional gaps in a in a specific progress line. Like, let's say for some reason this thing was right, but not exactly what we want to have. Um, because this is what happens. The mouse is automated. Like basically, the hoe is it's just 7TV automated. So every time you type OH, it's just it's just gonna replace itself. I think it's fun. I know the Stony hates it, but it's nice. I like it. I like it. There is a lot of others from 7TV that are half automated in there. So I think if you type noted in full caps, it's gonna replace to this, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it's just 7TV. It's 7TV icons and emotes. So it's free emotes. We like it. We like it. But yeah, same thing here. Like if I wanted to just say, oh yeah, this thing is not supposed to be like that um, that behavior right there, I'd probably just have like an additional gradient on top that is basically going to turn into a line and duplicate that in between the things. So tricks everywhere. Anywho, anywho. So yeah, so this is pretty good. And then you said this section, which I'm guessing is the detail of the server that you have selected. Was that it? So based on the fact that I'm reading W data and W data that is here, so I'm guessing like if that server is in servers, obviously, and therefore I have the information of said server. And yeah, I don't know if this makes sense much, but it's fine. Congrats on having 7TV. Now my profile picture is moving if you are on your desktop, and you will have the emotes in chat. Yeah, that's the that's the thing. So you would have like less padding on this for the table, even though I don't know if it's making any sense. But why not? And based on sizes, things are okay. I don't know enough right now, Jan, for this thing to say, oh yeah, this is a very good idea to get like the content split in between servers and heaps. Because I have a feeling that basically a heaps is coming from a server nonetheless. Like you don't really have a choice. You need to have a link to something at some point. And therefore, if the information is so close together, is it necessary for you to have like them split into two different sections of the settings rather than having servers and then heaps within said server? Like, I mean, you do have them right there, but I'm like, is this split on the side the most viable option that we have for presenting the data? Because you do have W home that is on that server, and then obviously it's not in that list. It's probably like underneath on the 11 that you have. God dang. and then have the settings for that heap when you are selecting it from here. Maybe. I don't know. There is a lack of understanding from my side, main on the fact that I don't have the information. It doesn't help me help you. So yeah, post a video then, so I can follow through. Also, while you're recording the video, I'm guessing, if you hear me in the background, the beta is pissing me off. Like, this icon is so small, and the fact that beta is like an off gray, non fully visible thing. God damn. I know why that's the case, but god damn. That which is cool. That which is good. Still, the great animation transitions. We like it. There's a bit of an elastic switch in there. God damn, so many shits. So many things going on. So, basically, when you are here, sorry, when you are here, you have W Home that is right there, which is available locally because this is your current computer, I'm guessing. So that's good. You can't pull that. It's your computer. So that's good. The thing that you have underneath is probably a lot of information that could be split, but I also do understand that. My question here is based on the fact that you have a hover effect right here. If you click on it, is it going to navigate me to heaps and therefore send me there automatically, or is it something different? And then goddamn, that thing is really cool. That is good drop down. Overall placement is nice. Highlights needs to, like, you need a bigger shadow on the edges to make it like stand out on the side, but that's just like a detail. But yeah, you can make that happen for the things you have pulled. You can't open the ones not synced. Ah, yeah, okay, I see. I see. Ah. That's a tricky thing, though. Because you end up with... Does that work? Yeah, it doesn't. Does that work? It doesn't. Does that work? It doesn't either. Oh, God. Nothing works on this thing. As I mentioned a second ago, because you're... It's going to be easier for me. Because you have this system, from my understanding, you have something that is right here that is going to be your heaps. You have that. So a heap is a compartment, a folder, a specific library, a directory, something. That's how I understand it. So you have them, and they could, and they are at times, encapsulated in a server. So from here, you have your server single, that contains heaps potential multiples. And then if you have a secondary server, you will have like second server, multiple heaps as an option. So my understanding is that the server contains heaps as well as it also contains other things, like you would have the server settings, you would have, you know, other things that are related to said server. In a way, it's probably going to be at the top level and not at the level of the heaps, but whatever, server settings, security, and so on. And then you have the heaps, and in your heaps as well, you would have your settings for that thing. You would have other activities, other things that are related to that heap specifically. So since in my head it is a cascading like situation, I would have something that is similar to what Stony has done when it comes to the like the navigation here. So basically my system right there, which is kind of broken right now. Interesting, Stony. I found a bug. I found a bug. Oh my god. I would have servers right there. When I click on it, I have access to the servers, but then within this, I would have my server settings, I would have my credentials, I would have something else that is providing like direct access to the sections. And then in there will be heaps that's gonna push me out, that has like the sub level same thing. So you would end up with a navigation bar, which is not necessarily the best option, but you would have something like that. Settings, privacy, whatever, and then heaps, and then heaps settings, and so on. As a potential, I feel like this is probably going to be a bit of a more complex situation, because it's harder to get like the hierarchy of information when you're looking at it from the side. But it could work. The issue that you would have with this is the amount of encapsulation that you have. So it means that if I click on server settings, because basically server is going to be like the list of all my servers. If I have like a collection of, I don't know, I'm going to use a gallery for this just for the sake of having something. If I have 5 servers and then I click on the first one, it's basically going to send me to the first one's settings, with probably a drop down at the top that let me switch between these. And then I have this one's settings, and then if I click on privacy, it's already selecting on that. So that's like an option. I see. That's a lot more complex than I thought. So user wants to get to the heap settings, mapping these into a server in the hierarchy makes it hard to reach, which is true. Which is true. See, that's the reason why I'm not using it. um, ah, I get it. I get it. Your users wants to have access, like direct access to heaps, because this is the most important parts of their setup, kinda, and therefore there is no need to go through settings, diving, servers, whatever, heaps, because it's too deep down, and they want it to have like a quick access. And if they don't care about servers, as always, as we said earlier, because users will have 1 to 2 servers max, and you are the exception where you have like so much more. I understand. I'm gonna use that as a similar experience, relatable things. Most users on Can will have maybe the first 2 dictionaries because they are free, and then they may buy another one, and they may buy another one, but like the probability of them having more than 4 is very low. And I'm here with the first 12 that I have access to because I needed to make sure every time that, I had the payment working, the validation working, the security that if you get a dictionary unlocked by mistake, it could relock itself. And sometimes it didn't. Therefore, I have access to a lot of other things that I was not supposed to have access to. This is not the view that most people will have. The only 2 people that will have this view is the 2 people that have bought the entirety of the app once, and therefore they have access to all the dictionaries, and there is nothing in their available extensions because everything is unlocked by default for them. So that is the situation that you are currently on, where you have access to so much more things because you needed to test stuff, and it's not necessarily the best experience for you in order to build, because this is not representative of what the users will have in reality. So you end up with something that is a bit more complex on your end, whereas for regular users, it just makes sense to go straight to a very specific section because they don't have any other options. Like they can't have server number 2, heaps number 3. Like that's They may have server heaps. Cool, done. So it's much faster. Nonetheless, that doesn't change the fact that this is a fair point, that if we put it deep inside of the settings sub navigations that are related to servers, then it end up being a confusing and less easy to navigate and play with system from a user point of view. So yeah. My issue mostly is the fact that servers right here, you have like information about the server, you have license keys, pending users, AI indexing, a lot of other things in there that is not necessarily like information that people care about that much, as you just said. But then you also have the same type of thing in like the the heap itself. You have so much more data and so much more sections underneath that I'm like, is this necessary to have like so much so much things? Like it's a it's a lot of information, and therefore that is kind of why if you go with a sub-level navigation like this, even if you decided to, you know, do that instead, probably the other way around, but like if you decide to do that instead because it makes more sense, then it could be fine. But just having quicker access for the sub levels, either on separated pages or on just hankers to the sections in questions, then that kind of makes sense. But it's also like confusing, and I get it. Not confusing for you, but confusing for the user. That's why like I don't know. Why am I organizing these? um, but yeah, it's the complexity as we've been talking about with your app since the beginning. It is complex. It is a very complex and data dense app with the amount of content that the user can have access to. So I get it, but yeah. Um, and there is more. Goddamn. And there is more. Oh my god. Someone here wants to kill me. There is more settings, sub-settings, and probably sub-settings that are going to come in. Holy shit. So, going back to what we said with Stony earlier, of me dumbing things down so that the least technical users can understand the things, your system of having placed the servers and the heaps as different parent level quick access basically on the side makes a lot of sense, because this is what the users want, right? They want to have as quick as an access as possible to just see the things that they are interested in, and therefore this makes sense. So that's good. Gas Space, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How was your weeks since last time? Um, so this is good, and this makes sense. I think the organization that you have right now with account, server, heaps, appearance, storage, developers, and version, that makes sense. But there are things that, to me, and my teeny tiny brain that doesn't really know the entirety of everything that is in your app. I have a lot of information, but not enough. Some of the organization makes less sense. So basically, your storage and your servers, in my head, is basically the same thing. Like, the storage is either cloud-based or local-based, and therefore I have my local storage in storage and my cloud storage in servers. But technically speaking, my local storage is, in my head, the self-hosted version of Heaper, meaning that it is accessible from outside, but it is currently on that machine considered as local storage. But it is a server for other, like all of the others of my devices. So that thing is kind of weird to me. Storage is the settings for the app, so only the current client. So you only have access, so storage currently is only current storage device storage. Oh, god damn. Also, based on your previous messages, I can really just have it drop down in the sidebar, like the folder showing these sections, because why not? Yeah, yes and no, but yes. If you're to have the local cache on another drive or something like that. I see. Is it just cache? If it's just cache, call it cache. Like caching location, local caching location is going to be an easier to understand things. In which case, it's fine, but still shouldn't be under appearance. Appearance should be either the first thing or the last thing in the settings. That's just organization system. Like what the users care about. Usually, they either want to change the visuals of their app, so that's the first thing that they see, or they want to access the accounts / settings of the server, in which case account or server is going to be the first one. So that's like just depending on what the user is trying to achieve. You want to move some things all around in order to reorganize in a way that makes sense, which you already have with the server heaps being split. And there, for me, I would have, I think, account, servers, heaps, storage, therefore cache, storage, appearance, and then developer and advanced and beta stuff is for you specifically. So that doesn't necessarily, I mean, beta is for you, developer is for developers, so beta underneath of devs, and so on. But that's just like reorganizing, which makes no fucking sense. Again, my brain in simplification and clusterization of content is good when I understand like things. I'm guessing going back to the thing that you said, the storage, which is the cache storage location for the current device and for the current server heaps thing that is local. If I pull from server, then this is going in the cache, but it's still syncing with the server. So basically it's just like, do I want my local cache content to be in one place? That's the place in question.
GHASTF4CE just resubscribed for 4 months.
Thanks a lot for the resub, guys. Face, welcome back. Enjoy the emotes. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Goddamn, 4 months. Already 4 months. Goddamn. Brain is derailed. The cache then that is on local drive somewhere else then is going to contain as much or as little as I have decided to pull from the server. So with that in mind, the storage cache to me is linked to the server, like entirely to the server. So like in the videos, because that's I think the best place for this to be seen, if I'm like right here and I scroll through the heaps right there, I want the storage cache thing. Like, where do you want me to cache these from that server specifically? Like, where is it? On this machine, where does it go? And that's like linked to the server because it's everything that is pulled from there is going to be placed there. And then it's basically going to be informed to me that there is like the storage cache that is used on my system right here. The cache also applies to local only heaps and they don't have a server, so the server tab is empty. You know what? Fuck you then. God damn, you couldn't say that first. All right. Fuck me then. Also, why the fuck do we have a hype train? It's oh my god. Your app is so complex. There is so much things all over the place. So many links together. In which case, you're right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If I had that information in the first place, I wouldn't have gone into that rent of putting the cache inside of the service. Yes, yes, yes. God damn. All right. Call it cache then. Just, I guess, wording is gonna be important. Um, at least for my reading capabilities, which are apparently right now very not happening. Um, Storage needs to be cache, like cache storage or cache location, and then from there you should be okay. Nonetheless, the order is fine. If you switch like appearance and storage, that's fine. Um, I think going back to what you said earlier, the fact that users don't really care about servers but care about heaps means that in my user mental model that I have, usage behavior, I want to go into settings and then get into the heaps to change stuff or define folders or select things. And then maybe I have another data source that I'm using, which is through the servers. So potentially account, heaps, cache, server appearance makes more sense. Because the heaps is going into the cache, that it's local or not local, and then server is something that people don't really care about. So you might want to reorganize this with heaps first, storage, server, appearance in these ones. Just because it's like the order of importance from a user point of view. Like the heaps is gonna pile up the storage, and then the server is just like additional content. So maybe, but goddamn. It is indeed a nightmare of hedge cases, um, which you shouldn't have, by the way. If you are building an app or product or something, you should do your best to limit the amount of edge cases that you have to maybe three, but not like 16,000. Just for the sake that things are understandable for the user. The thing that I could say now is that if it starts to be confusing for you as the creator, because there is so many edge cases, then it's 10 times more confusing for the users, and you want to not have that. So if it's like you've been working in this thing for so long and therefore in your head everything is like so clear and you know exactly where to go, then you're good. It's like that means that you are the power users and it seems like obvious to you. But if you currently are in the mental model of saying, oh yeah, but there is this edge case that I haven't taken care of yet, and then there is this edge case that I also forgot, and then this thing changed this, it means that your users are going to be even more in a complex, like non-understanding system. So that's the thing. I feel like this is, yeah. Um, I think account heap storage cache, um, no, storage and cache, and then server and appearance makes sense. But yeah, it's goddamn, it's a goddamn confusing thing. But but all right, let's take the win when we can take the win. The sidebar is now much better in terms of design. The separation between the navigation and the content is better. The content in here not having all of these cards makes it a bit more breathing than what we had at the beginning of the stream to showcase that. So, you know, better here, but not that good. And then much better here, except that thing and that thing at the top. So that's nice. That's a good overall improvement. Changing the order of tabs makes sense. Um, I don't remember if you know or if you told me how many users you have, uh, because based on that, you may need something in the next time that they open the settings to say we reorganize the things based on like usage. Um, you may need that then. You may need to have like something that tell them we have reorganized the settings, um, and therefore, you know, don't be straddled. If you were used to click here, here, and here in like a very specific order, make sure to have like something that tell them that things have moved. Otherwise, you will have complaints, which is not great. Question with the drop down on the sidebar. If I have a sub thing on heap, for example, if I have general file system scanning and so on, do they just scroll to that section, or is the rest hidden? In my behavior, I like to have everything in a scroll view and using them as anchors, so that I just like scroll the users to that thing. Um, as we saw with Dapshi last time, this one is broken, but it's basically the behavior. So if I'm here and I go into my settings, if I click on notification, it's gonna scroll me to that section. My bad. It buffered. I saw the buffered happen. So if I'm here and I click on notification, it goes to the section in question. It's just like my settings, my selected things on the side just doesn't adapt to what it's supposed to be on, and that's kind of bad. But it's easier for everyone to just be able to just scroll through things and click quick access rather than know exactly in which section they need to go. Um, that's basically the reasoning behind it. It's just like if you open this and you don't know if the thing that you're looking for is in data or in notification or in something, you can just fucking scroll the thing and then you'll figure out that, oh yeah, it's in notification. Okay, cool. So next time I know that if I need to go into something that is related to that thing that I had in my head, then it's gonna be notification. That's it. So yeah. Um and yes, it does make things easier. Yes, you then just have to remove the sidebar and have the entirety of the thing just scroll. It's neat, right? It is neat. Ah. This is the initial ID for this, by the way, is a bit better than this, but I just couldn't figure it out because I'm a dumbass. But it was the creation of this. Let me just do this. linear with a gap of 0.1. You know what? Gonna need 80. And the idea for this in the beginning was to have that as a bright red thing, and then either have a mask or something else that just crops the section that we need. So that thing is like so. That was the idea, because I like that transition. I like that kind of subtle, not really, like that subtle kind of gradient thing, and it helps with the transition between like the top of the section and the bottom. And when I tried to do that, I couldn't really do that properly on my own, so I just did that instead. And yeah, it's pretty nice. I don't remember. I think it's that. Maybe. Um, no, they changed it. It's not there. So we good. We safe. They just have like the regular danger zone like this, which you can't really see because it's blurred right now. But yeah, Clerk. I think Clerk used to have something like this. It is, again, it is James that we talked about earlier that has that thing. And I know that there is like so many that are that have used like that thing, the lead account, danger zone things. I've done many of them. The first one, no. One of the things that I've done before in one of the um, other companies that I was working at was this. So this is like such a simple system, but it works really good. And it's just creating an alternating patterns when it comes to the thing that you want to have. So you have this. These two are in the tutorial frame at -24 because that's their things. And then that is just like a component that you can then reuse somewhere here. And then I'm just having that as the same thing, -24 together. And then it's a duplicate of that. And what we did was have this thing in pure black and this thing in pure yellow. So we end up with the like slice of the, the NYPD tape things. And because it's a component, you can just expand things and make things bigger if necessary. Like so. So what I did was at the bottom of the page, we had two of these with a slight like this. And that was the danger zone. So you had the title at the top, danger zone right here, then the tapes, and then the thing that was underneath. Just because, it's fun. It's easy. And again, it's like one component, so it takes 5 seconds to make. And specifically when it comes to building that in CSS, it's it's a repeating gradient patterns. So you just created a gradient on a very small portion, and it's just repeating the cross. So it ends up being pretty good and pretty simple to make. But yeah, there is like so many things right now in the on Twitter. If you are like active in there and you're seeing like a ton of designers build stuff, there is a ton of people that have been creating these nerve inspired environment like this. And that's basically where things are coming from for the design. I think we have like some of them that we have saved a while ago, which is something along the line of here. That thing. That's the same ID. Um, you could have that with the same thing that Techie has on here. I'm gonna use that file every time Techie's drop in chat at some point. I think this is in settings again. Yeah, it is. Can have that right there. That hold to confirm that just has that effect if you wanted to. That might be a bit too much. Not gonna lie, that's might be a bit too much for the you know the design that you currently have. But yeah, hold to confirm, hold to delete is also a common pattern right now. So these are things that we have been following through, and some of them are good, some of them are not that good. But a lot of people right now are trying to build these types of interfaces that stand out because no one watch Evangelion in the new gen. Like they don't know. They don't know. So they are surprised when they see things like this. They don't know. Anyways, derailing myself as always. But yeah, no, overall, I feel like that's good for organizing. And then going back to your drop down thing on the side, if you want to expand it, there is a system that is kind of complicated because you need to either have your click on title send you to first section, or you'll click on title, expand the section, which is basically what we have on Discord right here, which I don't know if you can see that. I think you can. If I click on the title, it's going to collapse the section. And basically what you want in reality is that if I click on title for your section in your settings, you want me to go there. Like it's not, the click there is sending me to the first section. And then if I click on the drop down on the edge, on the side, then it expanded in sending me to, like, what else do you have in there? Or it's collapsed by default, right? And if I click if I click on the section, it expands said section and collapse the previous one and send me to the first entry on that section in question, which is kind of weird. So, whatever. But if you just have the simplification that we had here of it's just open. It's just open. Have a good work time. Bills. I haven't pulled yet for your end. I will at some point, maybe. If I have the time. Enjoy work. Enjoy work. Take care of yourself. But yeah, that's the thing. Either the first click is sending you there by default, and it's open all the times, meaning that your sidebar is going to be a bit cramped and there is a lot of options, or it's not. Or it's gonna be something different. I don't know. I don't know. Um, but yeah, no, that's the navigation is gonna be important. And the issue that I will see, based on what we have seen in the video, is the fact that you have about 16 sections in every single existing sections. So your servers have so many things underneath. Your heaps have so many things underneath. I'm guessing appearance and storage also have so many subsections in them already, meaning that your sidebar is going to be absolutely cramped if you want to have all of them in there without having the collapse and expand situation. But goddamn, it's a debate. This is something that you decide. Um, I am team display whatever the fuck is available as soon as possible and not hide data. But I can understand why, in the current situation of the app, you want to kind of collapse things because goddamn. Goddamn. One of the things that is cool though, that you can do, because you know it's here, is you can do that. So you have your icon that is there, and I'm gonna make that very, very badly, because why not? That's basically your sidebar elements, right? You have um, the thing that is right here with probably a 10%, but 4% value, and then let me just make that like this, and that's your section itself, right, in the sidebar. If you click on it, it goes into the section, and that's good. The thing that you can easily do is just this. In terms of presentation, so you would have like the titles that would be kind of aligned, but you have all of your sections, subsections. That sounds weird. That are right here and set up. So your transition, I'm gonna do that. Let's create a component set for this, and let's make sure that I'm creating a secondary one, with that being right about here, and that being right there. Meaning that in my prototype, if I click on that, it expands to this as a smart animate situation, which is not going to take anything anyways. But that right there, let's make that black, is going to be, bitch, put you in the center. Put yourself where you need to be. That's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be fine. So basically, when you're here, it is gonna expand like that. And so if you have multiple, why is the first one not? Oh my god! Every time we do things like this. Sidebar. And that's your things. It's pretty easy. It works. No need to overthink the content, but at least like that's a cleaner thing, mainly because you have the icon that is here that would be replaced by the bar that is the link in between all of the sidebars, all of the sides subs sections. And the fact that your titles can be aligned with your subtitles is then giving you like a proper design overall. And like obviously this is shit, but you can do that like really, really well with a nice design overall on this thing. And I feel like this is like the easiest option. Um, the thing that is potentially necessary, this is me thinking right now, is the ability to expand a section without going there. So it's not impossible that a user would be like, what's the name of this section? I forgot. Let me just expand the heaps so that I see like that subsection. And I'm currently working on something in the servers and I don't want to lose the progress that I've done if there is something that is this way. So I just want to check the name of a section and then create a new folder that is going to be related to that section in the heaps. I don't know if that's an option. But that way you can just expand said section and have servers and heaps and other things open at the same time. Potentially a good option, but yeah. So it means you need to have like a chevron on the right side to show you that something is in there. But yeah, other than that, that's a very easy option. I feel like would make your life easier at the end of the day. But god damn, this thing is complex. Yeah, but that's better though. That's better. You don't really have like a lot of other options. Sidebar is fine. And the mobile version for the settings is going to be, this is the first view. And then when you click on one, there is no drop down expanding. You just arrive on the page itself with everything in it. And then you have a back button at the top that just send you back to the settings section selection. So that's good. Progress. That's nice. I mean, again, I've been, as we say, vaccinated with this one because Stony has such a complex and massive amount of settings and systems and preferences and things that is like, goddamn. We had to make things good and goddamn. Also, why the fuck you have your memory at like 86%? That is crazy. That is crazy. Stony, that's not good. That's not good. Nonetheless. Nonetheless. This is still shit though. Yeah, and that's the thing. I would love for it to be effortless from the start and not have to set it up, Just just be good with that. Like it's effortless from the start. Also, you're still in the double delete. Oh my god. I don't think you're gonna make it. Based on me looking at this screen, which is so delayed. So delayed. Am I making it? No, I'm missing the target. You know what? Maybe not. No, I'm missing the target. Yeah, I was right. I was right. God damn. God damn. But yeah, with Stony as the vaccination option, I now like I see how complex shit can be, And some of these things needs to absolutely be redesigned and rethought in order to get like, a proper um, a proper system. But goddamn. Dabshi, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Exactly. I have things for you. I have saved things for you specifically. We found this, and this is clean. And I feel like this is an interesting concept right there. Not saying that you need to, get that. But I feel like this is pretty cool. Nice system, easy presentation. Um, we don't care. We don't care. um, but yeah, this is an interesting presentation. They have like a bit of a more zoomed in version if you want to copy that. Um, and the way that they have presented it is kind of shit. Like this is kind of bad, but I get it. Um, but it's a nice presentation for like the muscle groups that you are currently working on, and so on. So potentially cool for you. Other than that, I think there was another one that I saved, but obviously right now I feel like I'm not seeing it, so probably for later. This one is kind of similar to what I said. I talked about it in the beginning of the stream, but this is potentially something that you want to take a look at for the widgets and stickers and other things for you for like the values, the PRs and so on. So yeah. Yeah, just craft. Send away. Send away. So these are pretty interesting. There is a ton of other things that also work and also can be good, but let's see. Dapshi, can you stop with the doing things? That would be appreciated. We don't care. I don't care. You shouldn't care either. It doesn't make any difference. One of my neighbors was basically having something very similar to what you're doing now, which I was talking about a bakery that is like close by, and I said that the bakery was good, and then she said, "Oh yeah, it's a Jew bakery," and I was like, "Maybe I don't fucking care. It's just it's a good bakery. I don't give a fuck." And then she like reiterated multiple times that it's a Jew bakery. I was like, I don't care. I just want to eat food. Um, yeah. I mean, for you, I mean, I'm a dox you, but yeah, it is normal where you are. Um, so tell me, give me some context on this thing. I need to know. I need to know what it is, what it does, what are things, and why. From what you said earlier, you know, it seems like this is going to be somehow something that is related to just music player, um, and for the pub. And I don't know if this is a necessary thing. So you say it is a music player, but with profiles. playlists and such things with shuffle. Um, I I feel like I like to see your cursor go out, type a response in chat, and then come back. That's funny. Uh, the I don't know if it is necessary for you to build something like this. I have a feeling that this already exists in a way that is just like, uh, you know, presented. So I feel like what Stony has, which with the example is probably going to be the best thing. I don't really know why you would want to create uh, a player widgets. You know, when you probably already have something like is it Leaf? Is it depending on the source of the the source of the data and so on. Um, but if you're using Spotify, for example, you probably have access to the year. If you're using Apple Music, you probably have not access to the year, but you may be able to get access to um, the thing that Grizz sent us last time, which I obviously didn't save. Well, I did save, but I don't know where I saved it. That's my bad. Um, I think I did here. I think I did here. If you use Spotify, you probably have the ability to just get the thing to, run. Casket, I think, is the one in question, which is a player for native macOS, YouTube Music client, and so on. That alone is probably based on the fact that you already have the code and you can access the code. You probably have the ability to get like things that export and show you the date. Um, and why not? But yeah, I know you use Windows, but what I'm saying is basically this thing and these things, music players and alternative Spotify players are like everywhere. So I'm almost certain that if I look for player or widgets or something, there is probably like 60,000 version of this thing. Like there is 8,000 repos that contain the word Spotify and player, meaning that if someone created like a Spotify player and didn't mention Spotify and or player in their titles, then you know it's going to be in there. So that's the weird thing. Um, and I know you need the year because for the quiz, you need to have the year, and you probably need to have the year that is displayed or not displayed based on the fact that it's like guessing the year of the song, I guess, with your pub quiz. Um, but if that's the case, then it's again, it's probably like a thing. I know um I know we have things that I have seen uh like here, and there is another one like this one. I think the top notch is one of them, which is macOS, I know. Um but there are like so many of them where you can customize the thing and get um like exactly the details that you want to see. Like the this one is one that I used to use, and it is a GitHub repo, which will give you everything. And I'm almost certain that in there, if you get like the code, and you just fork it and so on, and or use the web app if you wanted to, you would probably just be good with it. Get the details that you're looking to get by simply having a different versions of what is presented. But yeah, nonetheless, again, not saying that you shouldn't build your own, but I'm almost certain that there is like a version of something like this that just will contain exactly everything that you need and avoid you to spend too much time on something that already exists. But if you really want to, please do. Use one of the things that already exist as a base to make your life easier, or don't. It's fine as well. And if you have the need for the song pictures, the information about the things, as in the artist, the titles, the year, and then the length and duration and so on. And I'm guessing, based on the fact that you are mentioning that it is necessary to have the year, it's either something that is related to answering the question fast or answering correctly. In which case, when someone in the pub is answering correctly, then you move to the next song. So that's why you need the controls. And right now, you don't have that information when you're looking at Spotify UI, I guess. Like if I'm here, I don't necessarily know uh, while the song is playing what is the year in which this thing has been, popping off. So that is interesting. What do you mean I can't play this? It's in pre-save. That's the reason. That is why I can't play this. Um, but yeah, I don't have like the year release. I have it here, but it's not necessarily where I would see the thing. So um, it's it's a thing, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Um, if you just want this to be like a widget slash app with probably I'm guessing based on the fact that, as you said, you are not necessarily done with this. I'm guessing that on the side you would probably have the list of the playlist, like the next songs and so on, the rest of the content, where you are and so on. And probably potentially, if there is teams, if there is players as well here, so that you can keep track of who wins, who lose in the pub for that night. So, tables and whatever, which is interesting. This could work. I would, design wise, I think a music player widget as a search would probably be the thing that I would go for directly. And going for something like this makes a lot of sense for me. Like, it looks tactile and it also looks pretty nice from my point of view. Having like the year right there, you have all the information that you need to have. And this is interesting. The placement is kind of weird, but it's, whatever. This is a reference potential, I feel like. That person probably has other things on their profile that is good, I guess. Yeah, I mean, from what you're saying and from what you've been saying since the beginning, I have a feeling that you have a hard time projecting and seeing things in your head, which is not a bad thing. It's just like some people don't. What I'm saying when I'm using widgets is basically what you have here. This is a widget. It's a widget within a page, within an app. It's basically a container, that I'm using as widgets. And if you look at or you search for widgets, you then can just get that inspiration for that part specifically and put it into the rest of the app that you want to have. Like maybe this is good in terms of the presentation, like the big version that they have right here is what you have, and it's just like within it. Um, so if you just have that as a div that is constrained within your app context, then you have all the information. You have the picture of the current song that's playing, the titles, the artist, the year, and then the play next, whatever. The shuffles don't really necessarily need to be there, but then you can extend that and have the list of the players, the list of the songs that are coming in, and so on. Like all of that is a pretty easy and pretty good to recommend layout from my point of view, from what you currently have within your own thing. Other than that, I don't know exactly what else you would have to like have. Um, I love to say web design and have like the most mobile friendly things every time. It's always what happens. Like maybe this is the layout that you currently have kinda in your head with the players thing on the side and then the song list on this side or the player list on the side. Players list on the side. Um, but like using that as a reference is gonna help you in order to create the structure that you want to have. And I guess this might be the best representation based on the design styles that you were going for. There are some things that are not in the right place, like these buttons, you would place them there. But overall, the simple layout, you know, you just need like the section at the top. So that's potentially a thing. Other than that, I think you need to work a bit more on the prototype and the content of the prototype in question, so that you have everything that you need, and then we can work on something in the next stream. You come back with some things that are like more details, less details, different layouts, different things. Could work. I don't think we will find any sidebar based players. Not a lot of these. Not a lot of these. Have a good guitar lessons. But yeah, like that's a simple system, and getting yourself within like something like this that just has an interactive environment where you can just like move on to the next song, the previous songs if necessary. Technically speaking, based on my understanding, and again, it is very limited, the only thing that you will have is play pause next. Back is probably not going to happen based on the fact that the quiz, if I remember correctly, at least from the one that we had here, which is different than the one that you probably have in the Netherlands, is the first second of the song can a team figure out what it is, and then you get the next 3 seconds can team figure out what it is, and then it gives you like the points and the things, so you have like play pause and that's it, and then next song, but you don't go back into the previous song because it makes absolutely no sense. So that's the thing I would have, and it's a lot like based on what we said earlier with Jan specifically for the simplification of the platforms and so on, it's mostly, to me at least, it's just making sure that you have what you need and nothing else. Like if you have a buttons in there that is just like it's there because I need it to go back as a dev, but it doesn't make any fucking sense for the actual use case. It just makes no sense. Um, yeah, yeah. If it's like first to get it right, same. I mean, same system, same system for me from my point of view. Um, but yeah, other than that, maybe keep that. That's fun. That's a fun. That's a fun design ID. Not necessarily the best option, but it looks cool. It looks neat. Um, have a good rest of your day. Have a good guitar lesson. We'll see you in the next one. They have a pretty good. They have a pretty good style. They have been doing a good job. A good job right there. That's really clean. I'm a steal net. um, you know what? Let me just like it. They have a tendency to add these gradients and these teeny tiny things here and there with that gray. It's interesting. It is interesting. Mm. I can feel the designer stuff in there. Nonetheless. Nonetheless. So yeah, that's the most things. That is the most thing. You keep that. Is there anything else that you worked on that I need to take a look at? Or that? Or that? I don't think you have. I think you've been on other things, other activities in the past few days, which is fine. I see. I see. I think this one was mostly for Denny specifically. But yeah, same thing as earlier. The timing. If you are looking for branding inspirations here and there for like your portfolios or other places, if you want to have like something that stands out a bit, then in there you will have things that just like look a bit more interesting than the rest. It's not a lot of content yet. It's not as much content as we have in rebrands, but rebrands is also kind of paid. So, just taking a look at what has been created, how they have used the things in mockups to, present it could inspire you for your branding thing that you've done last time. And yeah, why not? Why not take a look? That's an interesting W thingy. Intestine W thing. That's interesting. Anywho. It's just a fun thing. A fun addition. And I know you probably will use that, by the way. everyone and their mum is using shit like this lately. So, you know, if you just want to have like one of your images processed through one of these things, then maybe that works. Let me just do that. And yeah. You know. If you just want like one of your images needs to be re something. Re something is good. Um, then you can just play with it. Um, you know, styling. Everyone using the same styling. Oh my god, that's nice. That is nice. Huh. Interesting. I can reuse that. I can reuse that. Anyways. These are cool. The other one is this. I know we talked about it last time and I couldn't find this specific thing. Snapshot generator is the one that I had in mind, which is basically the thing that layers.to used to have, as far as I remember. And you just drop all of the images that you need to have, and it just do the most boring of borings, and it gives you a video output that has every single images for like a second and a half, 3 seconds, and it moves on. And that sometimes is all you need for the presentation that you want to have. Like, I don't know if I have like a project that I can just drop in to show you what it does. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Not on this computer, at least. But yeah, I would need like a lot more thought after images. 'Cause I mean, I can use that, but that's not good. But I can use that. And it's that easy. It works. It's probably easy to put in place. That was for you because we talked about it last time, and it makes sense. So you know, it's good. Why? Why? Ah, yeah. Other than that, that's about it. I don't think I have anything else in the tank right there, specifically for you. And overall, I feel like what you're doing in here, Denny, specifically, is just build the thing. Just build the content. Yeah. You have the case study things done, apparently, kinda, roughly. Uh, um, yeah, that's new. That that's new. I don't know where you found these. um, that's good. That's good. That might be the only thing that I'm like, I don't know. It's very strong. Um, and the reason why I'm saying I don't know is I'm unsure about the other project that you have and the ability of this template to match and work with that font style and that placement. So, for example, vid mount is such a shorter word compared to coding for designers. So coding for designers right here is perfect and well aligned and great, and that's good to have. But if you just have vid mount and if it's like left align, it's just like vid mount that ends up basically here. And if it's centered, it takes like 4 characters. So that's a thing. But yeah. This page to provide the essential only. You choose what you goddamn you choose what functionality you want to add, like key binding and media sessions. If you wish, you can extend defaults and make small changes and copy it. Create your own from scratch. Yeah, that makes sense, Stony. It does. Even to me. uh, I see. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I'm not the biggest fan of these, but I just, why not? uh, mm, mm. Looking at the font. I'm looking at the font. Um, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Yeah, I mean that works. That will works. I think you got something. I think you got something. My issue with this is the usual. The usual, If I'm giving you that, I know it's not the same font, but in the eyes of non-designer, it is the same font. Like that is instruments serif thing, and by the simple fact that also I should just put that onto fucking white background so that you can see what I'm talking about. Goddamn. It looks AI generated because Instrument is the AI generated font right now. Any font that is close to it in the brain of people that don't have the understanding or habit or use case of these things are going to say, oh yeah, this is an AI generated portfolio. And it's sad. It pisses me off because these fonts are good, but because they have been overused, that's the reason why I don't like it. And then if I go there, because I have something that I've seen about a second ago, so let me just see if I can find it. I doubt it, but we never know. We never know. And I don't know if they have like a very specific thumbnails or not, but there has been a bit of a trend on TikTok lately where I've seen a ton of people use Claude to create um, slides. And so they are Claude generated, and I can tell that they are Claude generated mainly because it looks like that. And yeah, how can I fucking share this without breaking shit? Just like that. So this is this is what I see on my feed. The color scheme, the font, the layout, everything about this is Claude AI generated. And it's a different font. It's a different serif font. Like they have started to use like new versions of the font so that it's not an instrument. But it speaks AI generated. And so you have an advantage here where you have like a styling on top. You have textures and weight and shadows and things that makes it more interesting, obviously. But I fear that this is going to be in the head of some people. Be like, yeah, that's an AI generated thing, and I'm gonna say something that's gonna piss off Grizz, but that's fine. This without the effects and the thing that you have put in place, because goddamn the amount of effects that you have. This is the new direction. The like basically the handwritten font is the new direction that all of the designers are currently going towards. So in about 5 months, this is going to be feeling AI generated as well, because the AI is going to figure out that okay, cool, we will use something like the caveat font because this is like a, you know, um, it's a thing. I think, even though kind of um, redundant, but I think like Satoshi that we used to like is gonna come back. I think outfit is gonna come back as well. These very like fat font are going to come back and be like more appreciated because they are the absolute opposite of these refined and thin and serif fonts that exist right now. So that's in my eyes, the direction in which I would go. Specifically, like outfit is such a massive font that it has like such an impact on the things. My favorite is Moam, but Moam is a bit of a unaccessible font for many reasons. There is like a ton of other things that are going to be arriving if I use the potentially current direction in which we are going to go. This is such a wild section. This is what I see. So we would probably have a mix of both because, you know, why not? And have something that would end up be roughly here. Let me get 26 there and use opacity instead. I'm guessing 40% is going to be good enough. I'm going to use that black for the reference. And then we want to use this without the gradients, and we want the accent color that we will have. Let's say we are going to some shit like this. That, to me, is roughly the direction that I see some things going. Like a mix of both, of very strong fonts and secondary, like duo handwritten fonts. So shit like Palmer Lake is going to be an option as well for me, based on what I currently have within my whole system. These ones are not going to work. I think the Bureau is an option, but it's just like too scripty. And this one is a bit better, but it's not like thin enough for what we're trying to achieve. So going with things like this, for example, is an option. That's kind of, I mean, that fuchsia is not what we want to have, but that's what I'm seeing as a potential direction in which we're going. If we go into creative market for the fonts, we talked about this one before, and let me see. We have like a font duo situation. There is plenty of them. There is one specifically that I like a lot. I'm talking about often, which is orange-ish, and I forgot the name. I think it's like Clementine Duo or Mandarin or something. It is like citrusy feels, but you know, like things like this, to me, are kind of the direction in which people are going. So that's the, you know, that's a feeling. It's a feeling from me to you right now. I feel like this is going to come in very soon, because as far as right this instant, AI is not currently capable of figuring out the layering issues. So having the ability to say that font is logo font is above the text and the T is behind, but then here the TH is above the T, but then the AT is under the T. So that level of layering that needs to happen in order to figure out exactly how the thing is going to work is something that is currently only human made. And in order for the AI to be creating this, it's going to be needing to create the images and generate the images, and will not have the ability to create that layering in code or that layering in Figma and then use that as a structure within your page. So for me right now, this is kind of the direction. What? You know, it happens. It happens. It's interesting. What is the problem? Yeah. And that's good. That is good. I think if you can't showcase the project because you don't think they fit with the rest of the portfolio or with the rest of like, you know, anything else, then maybe don't put them in there. Like that's the thing I would say, you know. Um, I need to keep that for current clients. Same here. I need to keep that one. That's the bit of the direction that I was talking about, and mostly the one that I have is Tangerine. That does have this very interesting combination of fonts. So, um, you can always put the things that you have in your portfolio behind a password. You know, like this is behind a password, and it's only accessible if you are within like a discussion with something. I don't know if you remember. You probably don't. When I met CK PG on this stream for the first time, we talked about his portfolio as well. And I think one of his case study was uh, visible. The other ones were just behind a pay, not a paywall, but behind a password. But you know, like if he needed to apply to a specific job, then the people had the password. If he didn't want to, he just used that as a leverage to get like the interview, and then within the interview have the ability to just say, well, here is the password, or here is the project that I've been working on, that is on my portfolio but is hidden, and like that's a thing. The same way that my previous company work for two of the companies that I work with have resulted in the companies being acquired. It means that the work was good enough for someone external to see the thing and say, we're gonna need to we're gonna need to get that company in-house because we can't compete. You know, it helps. It helps. But yeah, I'm gonna keep these two, and I don't like it, but I'm gonna keep these two. That's too much saved stuff. I can't show you that. Sorry, 1 second. um, mm, mm, sad. Sad news. Um, anyways, so yes, that was the thing. Have a good call, though. You know, take the call, take the things. That's it's a bit of a given right now based on what we're seeing. So I don't know. I don't know. Ho, everyone is ho. Yes, 100%. 100%. Um, goddamn. Congrats on that. Congrats on that. I mean, right now, me, not really. I don't haul around as much as I used to. I sorry to say, I wish I could. I'm not. Bit more complicated. Around me, everyone is French. So, yeah, I, it's a bit hard. It's a bit harder. In Japan, it's fine, but like in France, I don't. Mm-mm. Things are not working the same way. That's what I'm gonna say. That is what I'm gonna say. Yeah, it's just not working. It's just we're not working. But yeah, you've been outside too much, Cat. That's what's happening. The weather has been too good, and you've been outside too much. It's just weird. Yeah. I mean, as I was saying yesterday, I had my HOA meeting things, and it's just like, ugh, not good. Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, it's been raining since 3 days, 2 days, I guess, which is fine. But yeah, that is such a nice thing. Ah, sadness. Sadness. Everything is so good. No, I'm kidding. There is so much things that is happening that is just like neat, but also bad. Mm. Mm. Yeah, we do have the same weather. Or the same weather delayed, as in you are a day before me. Which is fine. God. I like these. My God. There's been like so much things happening in the past few days, and everyone is doing the exact same thing again, and it pisses me off. And then this popped in, and this is now the font that I'm using for everything. It's uh, it's a very simple font that is meant to unify Western script and Japanese script. So if you have something in the current fonts that exist, you usually have either a bit of a thicker Japanese characters compared to the regular characters in Romaji and other words that are like not Japanese, because the kanjis have like lines that are a bit stronger and so on. And this font is here to harmonize both so that you can have text in Japanese and text in English or other languages that just look good together. And this is good. Um, so yeah. Are you in the Figma file? If you need me to take a look, I can take a look. But yeah, like that's the new font. If you are interested in that, I doubt any of you is interested in this because you don't have the need for the Japanese. But yeah. Yeah, I am going to say that for myself as well. it's been very complicated for me to get the chat where it is right now, in the sense that moving away from my bottom line horizontal chat, not bothering anything, um, and be there to something that goes on top of the screen capture with my face being on top of. It has been a bit of a hard thing for me to figure out exactly what I wanted to do, just because it feels so wrong and bad. Um, and I think here having the chat on the side is good, but that's it. Knox, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's your day going? Um, so that is a good thing for the just chatting. I think this is some of the easiest layout for streams, but here the vertical chat doesn't make a lot of sense to me because of how I want this thing to behave. So I don't know. It's gonna be a bit of a mystery, and I'm gonna change that later at some point, maybe. I doubt it. We never know. Um, but yeah, that's the that's the thing. If you have like many chatters, that's good. The thing is, like both, right? If you do vertical chat or horizontal chat, regardless, the too many chatters is always the same issues. Um, so yeah. And yes, of course. Sorry. Yeah, yeah. I mean, too many chat messages at the same time. We get it. We understand. We understand. Don't worry about it. We get it. It makes sense. Um, but yeah, everything on my fucking feed is just branding. I'm just branding everything. Oh my God. Ah, I hate that. The reason why I hate this is because this is duplicate of what we already have uh, in spatial. So yeah, no good. No good. But very much 2026 designers, if I do say so myself. Goddamn. As mentioned about a second ago, that's the type of font that we will have. And that's the type of design that we are currently trying to have. This is the least accessible website ever made. Kat, can you read the thing? I mean, the fact that I can't really is telling you everything that you need to know. God damn. There will be a full plan coming later in 2026, which means that if I get like a free plan now, I'm getting the thing. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Um, maybe you just need a full refresh in the sense that it's an absolute different thing while remaining with the same layout. So what I mean by that is currently you have your screen capture that is around here, you have your camera that is around there, and then we have the chat that is here, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me put you in red as always. that's your current layout for while chatting, and I mean not while chatting, but like while um in game. So, I know, but I don't want to. That's the reason. What you can do is create something that is very much the same layout with a very much different feel. So if you have your like if you have your screen capture that is here, but instead of having your camera that looks like this, you get your camera that looks like uh, this. Like just making it different, feel different. And then you just put yourself on the other side and put the thing there. It's still the same layout overall, but you get like a different vibe for the viewers. I'm guessing based on the games that you're playing, the reason why your camera is on that side is because there is less important information and that there is the map, I think. Um, so keeping you there, right? It's This is a very easy thing to do, and you can get like um an interesting different layout just for the sake of having an interesting different layout right there without really changing anything too much. You could go with something that is similar to what I used to have, which is something uh, like this, if that's an option based on your camera. I forgot if that's the case, but you can have that as a system. You have an arched thing with your camera in it, which is like more interesting. Maybe you are looking at something that is um, in a similar manner right there, but you get, like, let's say you have your corner ridges that are a bit more cornered. You give yourself a bit of a square-ish thing, and then from there, this is gonna be weird, but from there you just get that with a frame and the current state of things where everyone is doing the exact same thing. It's probably the direction in which I'm gonna go anyways. You give yourself, or you give your camera um, one of these effects. So it's basically the stamped effect. It's not good. It's a 1.8. Yeah, maybe 1.16. And dang. So obviously it shouldn't be like that colors, but you know what I mean. You get the idea. Um, I know it doesn't feature vibes. That's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do right now is break the system in your head and give you something that is potentially so different. It's not that different, but like so different that your brain is like, you know what? That feels better, or that looks better, or it has that thing that is okay. That it stands out as it's the same layout, but it's just I can see how I could play with all of these are the exact same thing anyways, but it just alright. Therefore, it's the same layout. Therefore, it's gonna work the same. It's just like a different visual. So instead of having the thing like as circle as you are here, you just go with a bit of a stamp side. You just go with an arched thing, a stamp, like like me, just like this. um, like that's the thing that I'm trying to convince your brain at this point. Like, ah, yeah, yeah, maybe that makes more sense. Maybe you can have like your name or your socials or something that cycle underneath the latest activity, whatever the fuck you want. But it's still the same layout. And as I've mentioned prior, and I will mention that every time, when you are someone that plays game on stream, you don't have 60,000 options. You have full screen as an option with content on top. So here, and let's say you have like the chat that is somewhere there for some reason. So let's put that in blue or in cyan for my usual colors. And then that thing is going to be, I don't know, green, just so everything is really bad. In terms of colors, that's so bad. I can't do that. So the chat is here, right? That's one of the options. So you have like your camera that is somewhere where the game is not really used, and then the content is on top of it. Or you go with the secondary option, which is what we currently have, which is just the content is gonna be a bit more like insetted, and then you have the chat underneath and the camera content for yourself that is there. So that is basically the only two options. And then you have the other thing that I really dislike, but I understand why some people are doing that, where they have the amount of content related to their stream that is additional. Gas face, that sounds like a normal thing to happen. Yeah. Welcome on in. Like a lot of people have this with a lot of data, like a lot of thing, the chat that is around here, the goals, the IDs, this stuff. So these are like currently the base layouts for in games. And if we go into the Twitch right now, and let's just browse stuff in the Genshin, because that's your main thing, looking at the regular player, it's going to be camera on this side, full game on like full screen game. Same thing here. No camera because it's a VTuber. Same thing here. Same thing here. Same thing here. No, this one is the only one that we have seen so far that contains the game with an interesting frame and then the chat above, and VTuber here. So basically, if it's not a VTuber, it's going to be within that frame. If it is a VTuber, then that's the placement. And then you have the info bar at the bottom, which is not necessarily like the chat, but it's still there. So that is the thing. If you want to be clippable and usable for the future, this is very much cloud-based reasoning, Stoney. If you want to be like a bit more, even though not the best option, but I guess this is gonna work. Interesting? I don't know. Maybe interesting. I think this one specifically. What? This one being a 2:1 aspect ratio is allowing me to have the full camera right here, goddamn the hair, and the clippable thing where I have myself, goddamn it, bitch, where I have myself there, and the content in question here. So for you, going with a 2:1, if your computer can allow it, which is not necessarily the easiest things to put in place based on other things, you end up with a clippable, easily clippable thing, an easily reorganized and reorganizable layout in vertical content, because you have like full height and off your camera, kinda, and then you have full height and full visibility of things. You would potentially don't need this. And if I remember correctly, I do have no overlapping things in the first version of the rounded bitch. Where is she? We had like one slate that I've done before moving to Japan that was, well, I think when I moved to Japan, um, that had this right there. So that one, same thing with the split, exactly what the exact same movement that I was just saying, where the camera is good enough to be captured in any format that you want, and the screen is good enough-ish to be captured in any format that you want to just get the output properly. And that's like basically the reason why I had this in the first place, because at that time I had the auto clipping system that was working. So, yeah, that's me with less hair. That's the situation. So we'll probably go back to in about a month something. Anyways, that's a layout that can work. You know, um, you need hair. Dapsy, you need hair. That's the thing. If you if you're bald, you're bald. But yeah, like that's to me again. That's you have a hair, yeah. If you go with a 2:1 or any other format, by the way, your overall system is probably not gonna be like enjoying the encoding as much as it is. And if you are doing the same thing as me, as transcoding into YouTube and Twitch at the same time, then there might be some issues. But uh, you know, why not? Why not? But the 2:1 is one of the easiest way to fix the unclippable thing that we have, and it just is just fit things. So yeah, if you do YouTube and Twitch together, I would highly recommend you to not do what I just said, because it's gonna break more than expected. But yeah, again, from what you said earlier, with the least amount of things on top of the gameplay, the better. I get that. However, when you clip for like vertical, you probably just going to be here. Like you clip that section of the gameplay so that it is in the background, and you clip the camera in a way. So that that's the thing. I don't think so. Actually, I'm not sure that when gaming it should always be full screen. It depends on the game, that's the first thing, and then it also depends on what is important. Depending on the streamer, if the person is coming for the game, then the game is the most important thing, and therefore the stream doesn't make any fucking sense. If people are coming from the streamer or for the streamer, then the streamer should be more important than the game in a way. And I feel like that's, you know, that's the thing. Nonetheless, the capture for the games, if it is an FPS, then it's going to be around here. If it's not an FPS, then you have like a lot more thing that happens on the area that are outside, and therefore you want to be able to crop things to get like more views or more range of content. And yeah, the last point, and then we can move on to you doing some sketches for Friday. The last point is, if you really care about clipping post stream, just record at the same time. Like the encoding and recording happening at the same time don't take that much performance out of your machine, or at least it shouldn't. And you could 100% just entirely record the game as a clean slate, the camera as a clean slate, and the chat as a clean slate, like 3 recordings that are happening at the same time that you are streaming. And then if something happened, you just add a marker, it goes into the file, and yeah, like that's just clean external stuff. Like for specifically for you, it's easier to do because you just need because you just need like an alternate version of OBS that is running capture in the background and just recording. So you have like a second version or a second OBS that is running and recording while your main recording or your main streaming OBS is streaming. And the thing that I've showcased before is something that we have done in the past, which is you have in your OBS file a new scene that is defined as this, and it's just, I think it's 300 and 400. Let's do 400. It is one single canva that contains your gameplay, your camera, god damn it, and your chat in a single massive 44,000 videos. Yeah, so that you have like a clean screen, a clean camera, a clean chat, and then you have everything. But yeah, other than that, if you want the clipping to be done in the Twitch app, then do it in the Twitch app. I mean, I hate this Dapshi specifically, but I know some of the thing that I've mentioned before. The higher the person is in terms of viewership, the shittiest the stream overlay is. Like there is nothing in here. And the actual clips that come out of this channel is clipping him at the bottom of the center of the screen, and then that background um, is behind it, and that's it. So like again, thinking about overlays for 90% of the streamers is just eh, eh. So that's the like Jackie is one of these that is very much like cameras here, content regarding the stream is around here, and then the screen capture is behind her, and that's about it. Um, and it's not, you know, it's not the same. It's not the same. Like there is a lot more that goes to it with the. I mean, Fine Art is doing a ton of things for obvious reasons because creating OBS plugins and overlays and stuff is what he does. So it makes sense, but which we're probably gonna raid Fine Art at some point. But yeah, like that's the thing. I mean, it would be again. It is as always the same thing. Going back to what I was talking about to Denny last week, but also to everyone. If gas face, don't say that. Kate, hi, we're going in. If the uh, if a designer has a website and the design of the website is shit, I am not um, I am not gonna trust them as a designer. So that's the main thing. For a streamer, if a streamer that does OBS stuff is not like using the OBS stuff, is not gonna work. So for me, for example, because in the beginning of the streams we were doing new overlays every month, I needed my overlays on Twitch to be a bit different every time, and therefore I went through so many things and ended up with my ideal format. And then after that, it was just like tweaking the colors, tweaking the shapes, tweaking the things, but that's about it. So it's this one is the only one that breaks my usual system. All the others have been as stagnant as possible because they are just the easiest to maintain. And yeah, I kind of want to go back to them, but I also don't want to. I feel like there is something good about this being weird enough and not like as common, but it's also like not good. So debatable. We'll see. We'll see. At some point, I will probably change shit. But yeah. Anyways. Small details. And JustCraft, welcome back. Have a good phone time and eating time as well. I'll probably not be here when you come back. Gasface, I have a question for you. What do you like about macOS? What is it making you like, or what is it doing that you kind of start turning into you like it? That's the question. Because if you start to like macOS, it means that something that they are doing is done right. Especially to context switch and swiping between full screens window. You mean just like this? Yeah. Again, the amount of desktop that I usually have like 8 to 9 desktops in total. Um, and because I'm just having like my MacBook Pro as the screen, I don't have additional screens except the prompter, but the prompter doesn't count. Then it's just like it's just so easy for me to just navigate through things. And then if you just want to do one of these to navigate through the apps that you're supposed to be on, then it's you know, it's that easy. I like it. I like that. Yeah. Command tab, by the way, if you don't know. I really like this and that as well, like the explosion. Like if you just want to get like the access to your desktop, just expand, and then something that you can't really see here, but if I click on my desktop itself, um, it's going to do the exact same thing. So that I can just click on it, access the desktop, pick up a file, and then bring everything back. It's just like it's easy, it's fun, it makes sense, we like it. I think the most interesting thing from my point of view, as always, is just it's simple. There is not a lot of confusions, but there is not a lot of things that you can do. So it's limiting by default, and the design is limiting the users in their ability to do things. And it's not meant necessarily for power users. Power users can use it, but it's not like the best option. And therefore, you just end up with it. It works. Um, I don't like the Windows File Explorer because I can't figure it out. Like I think it's too complex compared to Finder. For like Finder for me, based on how I'm using it 19% of the time, and I'm using it as a column-based system. It's just so much easier for me to just go navigate through that and say, okay, cool. So I'm looking for that project thing, and I'm going into the apps. We need to go into the Android version because that's what I'm currently working on, checking the navigation there, and then I'm in there. I'm just with like the arrows, and I don't need anything else to navigate back, navigate in, figure out exactly like specific sections of the thing that I'm looking for. This makes a lot more sense. And then you can still have like multiple tabs with Command T if you wanted to navigate a file from one section to another. Like that's an option as well. It's not something that I use most of the time because it just pisses me off, but it's easier for me to just get um to just get like multiple folders open, and let's say I want these two things, and just have like the two windows themselves and then exchange folders and files. The thing that I know that a lot of Windows people don't like on Mac OS is the Command C or Control C, Control V on Windows to copy paste files from one location to another is not a thing. And I understand that this is pissing you off, most of you. Um, but I don't know. I have the same thing, like 30 years of macOS experience. So it's just like I never used that. Um, you don't have Control C, Control V, or Command C, Command V to copy paste a file the same way that you can have like I think you can copy paste, but you can't cut paste. I think that's the difference. You can't cut a folder or file that is like here and say like cut it and then paste it somewhere else. You can copy it, but just not cut and paste. So it's a weird thing. I get it. I get it. Um, But yeah, home and hand button are half working. Um, I'm using command arrows for most of the things, specifically when you are doing text-based stuff. But yeah, I have them. I have them on my keyboard and they don't do shit, so I get it. Copy paste is the same thing, but it's just like when you want to copy paste a file, you need to manually copy paste. So it's not going to copy Command C, Command V. You're going to need to do right click copy, right click paste most of the times. But yeah. And then yes, you can build your own shortcuts if you want to. So that's yeah. I mean, that's the reason why I have these. The only reason why I like the Logitech screen, bitch, that's the keyboard. The Logitech keyboard is because they have like the dual Mac Windows layouts, and therefore when I'm switching from the Mac to the PC and from the PC to the Mac, things are still working. So that's good. Um, but other than that, yeah. But yeah, the command, the control cut, like the cut and paste is, I know, it's such a Windows thing. Also, there is this additional complaint that some Windows users that are using Mac OS for the first time have of where is it? I guess this one could be working, but yeah. Of this, Windows people don't understand this. And most Windows people are like, I let me install the apps wherever I want. And the thing is, you can. The Windows people don't understand that this is the app entirely. So if you want to put it in your desktop, if you want to put it in a very specific folder, it's gonna run. It doesn't need to be in the application folder, but it's just like we have all of our applications in applications, so why not just use the application folder and put it here? But this thing is the entirety of the binary with the entirety of everything, and there is nothing that is linked to like the system base 64 and so on in Windows. That just everything is in there. So if you have an app, then you want to place it somewhere else, and you just move it folder, it's gonna work. So yeah. Um, I guess a super light is gonna be the best option for you. Can. No, you can. That's the thing. You can do everything, but it's just like you take the application, you put it in the application folder, and then you're done. And most of the Windows people that have migrated or tried macOS have been like perplexed by how simple it is, because it's just easier. So I don't know. But yeah, the super light for you specifically, because it's going to be light and tiny compared to the rest. It's a pretty good one. I would recommend you to get these ones mainly because, you know, no, that means Windows user are Masochists. They love to do shit for no reason, and then they try to justify it because it's just like customization. We just don't care. We just want the thing to work, and it works. So, why complicate things when it can be smart, like not smarter, but like faster and easier? Um, yeah, I I guess it's basically the same thing. I would say again, um, super lights are gonna be pretty easy to use and manage and so on. They are kind of the most expensive ones, so I get it. Um, you could go with something that is a bit more interesting potentially when it comes to things, but you still need like because you play games, right? As always, um, the reaction time, polling rate, click speed, and so on make sense and make a a difference to you. So that's why I'm going with these ones first as a straight direction. This makes sense type of thing. Um, but yeah, I'm very much like wireless type of mouse. But if you like wired mouse, then use a wired one. Um, I do hate razors based on plenty of things, but yeah, I've heard good things about razors. Um, mostly the Vipers, if I remember correctly. Um, but yeah, it's the Vipers. So yeah. I mean, your Genshin clicks to me are like FPS based. But yeah, you don't want to. It's endorsed. Don't have a choice. We need to go. You know, yeah. I don't know. Right now, I'm about to kind of really, not really, switch to the latest version of this one just because I need an update. But yeah, um, Steel Series is another one that I'm like, eh. Yeah. Do you do that? Cat? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. And Razer software is one of the reasons why I don't like them. It's just, it's just so bad. It's so bad. Do you grip your mouse like this? I don't think you do. I think you're more of a palm flat, but yeah, like I'm very flat-ish. And again, I don't have it here. When I used to be on the Magic Mouse for most of my things, I was kind of claw grips, but yeah. So yeah, flat palmed, which I guess you could do too for no, like, it would work as well, but it's just like, why not? Four. It is, yeah. That's the one I want to go for because that makes no sense though. The vibration motor inside of it makes absolutely no sense, but the fact that this is a better plastic and a better shell overall makes a lot more sense. Um, So yeah, this is shit though. Let me tell that to everyone. This is shit. The action ring is shit. The thing that I hate, I'm gonna be here because this makes so much more sense. Have a good fruit time. The fact that if the Logitech servers are down, I can't use this. Makes no fucking sense. And I will kill people if that keeps happening. Because what the fuck do you mean? If I don't have access to the internet, this is as good as a brick because it doesn't work well on a Mac OS system if it's not like set up properly. Meaning that right now, the scroll is in the unnatural format of Mac OS scrolling system, but it's natural to me for these things. And then the buttons are doing very specific things of navigating between my my desktops. As soon as the servers are down, none of the buttons do the thing that they were supposed to do. It resets to the default format, which is not what you want. Meaning that the side buttons right here are going to backward and forwards on Chrome. The scroll wheel on the side is doing the same thing. If I want to change desktop, I need to click the side button that does this and click and slide at the same time, which is exactly what I just did. And that is the way that you can change desktops. That makes no fucking sense. So you know. That's the thing. So it pisses me off. But other than that, it's fine. And right now I just want that specifically because the this, if I can, if I'm logged in. Am I logged in? Tell me I'm logged in, please. Oh my god. I'm gonna kill some people. I used to. I used to be a big Magic Mouse person. I've used it for about 8 years. 7 years? 8 years? A long time. And it's a great mouse. It's one of the reasons why I had to buy a trackpad. Because the amount of thing that you can do on the Magic Mouse is just so good. Because you just have like touch sensitive things. So if you want to zoom in, zoom out, do things differently with like as if you were on a trackpad, then it works. So, you know, it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing. The guys in China for the MX Master 4 have been creating these magnificent things. And now I like it. That is one of the reasons why I also want to get like the fucking MX Master 4 because goddamn, look at it, look at it. Anywho, basically, if you, I don't think the surface at the top is basically a touchpad, a trackpad. So it has the exact same systems, it's just curved, and you can do whatever the fuck you want on that. So I mean, I used to just zoom in and zoom out in Figma with two fingers on top of the fucking thing. And it's just like, it makes so much more sense. You can swipe diagonally, not just vertically. So basically, for Figma, the Magic Mouse is such a massive improvement because you can do this. Like that is not something that you can do when you are navigating with a regular mouse. With a regular mouse, I'm only allowed to do this, like either vertical or horizontal, and I can't really like zoom in, zoom out, whatever. And so when I'm there and I'm just looking for something that is around here, I just I'm just gonna zoom in, zoom out to exactly where the cursor is, and that is good. Have a good experiment with a Hello, I guess. So that for me is like the main reason why I stayed on the Magic Mouse for so long, because it's just like it's impossible for me to navigate with just a regular mouse. Like the scroll wheel is a pain in the ass. So that is why I bought the trackpad, because once I got rid of my Magic Mouse, I couldn't do all of my gestures, and so now my left hand is the navigation system, and my right hand is just the click system, and nothing else. So for me, it's just like easier, faster, better to just navigate with that. If I just had the Magic Mouse, I wouldn't need the trackpad. So yeah, the thing that I do most of the times is this one is staying here, and when I move, like when I'm traveling to Japan and so on, I have the Magic Mouse in the bag because it's just easier and flatter and so on. So yeah, I don't know if I like that system better. I think the only reason why I'm keeping this one instead of going back to the Magic Mouse is simply because this is charging with USB-C, and it has some buttons that I didn't know I needed. As in, everything that I have on this mouse is available and feasible, but it also has this horizontal like scroll that is interesting to have when you are on very specific websites. But everything else, like this is a three finger tap on the Magic Mouse. The navigation from one side to the other, three fingers to three fingers on both directions. Backward and forwards in browsers is two fingers left or right. Like it's basically the exact same thing that you already have in your settings, right about here. I guess it's probably in trackpads, but like all of the gestures that we have in all of that are the same on the mouse. So whatever you want to have or do with the zoom in, zoom out, zoom whatever, same thing that you can do in the Magic Mouse, which is appreciated. Very simple. But then again, now it's just like it's bound to my left hand compared to my right hand, so my navigation system is just like easier to do right there. But yeah, shit happens. It's fine. I don't mind flat mouses. And also one thing that I need to remind everyone, um, of one of the reason why it's fine with me, the Magic Mouse being as flat as it is. Um, these these have been the the daily mouse that I have used for, I don't know, 10 years. This one is big compared to what I used to have. So, I don't know. I have no clue. It's just one day my dad bought one and I thought it was so nice. And I've used that, which is like the smallest of bitches, for roughly, I think, 8 to 10 years as well. Um, if not more. Probably not. Probably 10 years. Um, and it just like it just makes this is a big one compared to what I remember. Like it's really the size of the AirPod case type of thing with that without the lid. Like it's just it was such a nice thing and I enjoyed it. um so going from this to the Magic Mouse was like a big improvement. And then going from the Magic Mouse to this was like similar, but it was a downgrade when it comes to the gestures. And that's why I have the trackpad now. So, very, very, very small. And these, again, like these images that I'm seeing, like this is bigger than what I remember. That's what she said. But yeah, you know, it's an interesting system. Yeah, I remember this as well. I don't like that. I don't like these. I understand the appeal, but it's just like I hate these because I can't really feel exactly the amount of numbers that I have. Same here. 2 buttons is fine. More than that, I'm kind of lost. And I don't know if that makes sense. So, yeah. I just, I had, um, I had one of these at some point. One of the Alienwares. I think it was this one. Yeah, that's the one that I had, which had like weights, additional weights options, and ergonomics officials, wings on the edges. And it was okay, but it's not like, wasn't as good. Um, there was the donkey, yeah, that one. I remember that. Same system. The James Donkey double 007, which is one of the most versatile mouse, which is not that bad for the price. And yeah, long time ago. Long time ago. It's just like modular mice are interesting as a concept, but also to my standards, it's useless. So, the usual things. But no, I think I'm gonna stay on that for the foreseeable future, but just because it makes sense and it's easier to just maintain and, do things with. So, we like it. But yeah. Anyways. Am I gonna send you to Finite because I said that earlier? And because I need to do stuff, as always, at the end of the day. That's the issue. I don't have the time to do the things that I need to do in the morning. So we're rating Finite. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you have questions and I'm not live, join the Discord. That's appreciated. If you have a big list of perfume, use that. If you have a big list of link, use that. If you have a big list of wanting to learn Japanese, not a big list, but use that as well. That's pretty cool. Um, and yeah, we have. I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming in. Yes, face. It's been a while indeed. And I appreciate you appreciating macOS. It's crazy. It's crazy. We are winning. We are winning. No, some things on macOS are really cool. So, you know, it makes sense. It makes sense to enjoy it. But I get it. I get it. Um, well, then no Twitch it is. Have a good focus time. As always, go drink something, eat something, be kind to each other. The usual Yan at 100 message is a crazy number. But I'll see you all on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. Have fun since then. Bye.